All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to call to
Buenas tardes a
order
todos.
the
Vamos a comenzar la junta el día de hoy.
good afternoon. We're going to call to order the
Buenas
City
tardes.
Council meeting for the afternoon of May 2nd. Thank you all for being here. Tony, would you please call the roll?
Yes, I need to, I have a problem with my interpretation, hold on. Vicente, we're hearing you on the English channel. That's okay. Okay, let me get back to it. Jimenez?
Present.
Jimenez, can you still hear me?
I think the problem's me. Can you guys give me just a minute?
Okay.
And then I'll see if I can fix it.
Sorry, everyone, technical difficulties. We're
Yeah.
gonna take a second to sort those out.
It's not, like, the interpretation's not letting me do anything. Can you, I'm gonna switch you to host and see if you can do it. So, Anna's on there. See, I couldn't hit start. Hit start, and then go back into interpretation. Yeah, manage, and then add Vicente. Just type here. Yeah, again, V. Yeah, the letter V should pop up. And then update. Okay, I think I got my staff to do it for me. Jimenez,
Present.
Torres,
Present.
Cohen,
Here.
Ortiz,
Here.
Davis,
Here.
Doan,
Present.
Candelas,
Here.
Foley,
Here.
Batra,
Present.
Kamei,
Here.
Mahan.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if you're able, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Poor dog. All right, thank you. Today's invocation will be from Ensemble Folklorico Colibri, who will be doing a dance performance, and Councilmember Ortiz will tell us more.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm excited to begin the month of District 5 invocations. The lineup of performances I have for the month of May celebrate the rich diversity of our community and our city. With that being said, it is an honor to start the beautiful month of May invocations with a short performance from Ensemble Folklorico Colibri. Ensemble Folklorico Colibri, also EFC, is a Mexican folklore dance group under the artistic directorship of Arturo Magaña. EFC has the mission to promote the pride of identifying as an LGBTQ plus Latinx through the art of Mexican folklorico dance, and many of their dancers are from District 5 East San Jose. Now I would like to present to you Colibri.
Awesome. Beautiful performance, complete with a wardrobe change. That was very impressive, I have to say. Thank you, Councilmember Ortiz. Great invocation to start off our meeting. We're going on to ceremonial items, and we have quite a few today, so we will keep them moving along. But Councilmember Cohen, if you join me at the podium, we will recognize and proclaim Arbor Day.
Is it on? Okay. We'll move this along since we have to go quickly today. Arbor Day has been celebrated in the United States since 1872 and is a day when communities come together to expand urban tree canopies and make a deliberate effort to reforest our cities. On the first Arbor Day in Nebraska, over 1 million trees were planted with prizes given to those who planted the most. This holiday quickly was adopted across the country and is today celebrated in all 50 states. Santa Clara Valley, now known as Silicon Valley, of course, this was once the Valley of Heart's Delight. People who have lived here for some time will remember that orchards covered the valley floor and the soil was extremely rich. Over time, we've paved over much of this paradise, and developments led to a reduction in the number of trees across the city. Alongside this development, we've also experienced extended droughts, severe storms, tree diseases, and the effects of climate change that have had a severe impact on our urban canopy. Our mission as a city today is to restore nature, which restores our protection from heat and makes us more resilient to climate change, reduces carbon output, and improves the quality of life for residents in countless ways. It is fitting that today we adopt our Natural and Working Lands Plan during this meeting, which emphasizes the importance of open space and greenery. In the last few years, our city departments have made a concerted effort to reimagine our community forestry program and invest significantly to ensure that we meet our goals. DOT, PRNS, and our nonprofit partners such as Our City Forest make all of this possible. We've expanded our city arborist staff, and they serve a vital role in the expansion and stewardship of our tree canopy. We were extremely happy to have over 100 volunteers join us in planting 30 trees at Cataldi Park this past weekend. Volunteers from Santa Clara University, Boy and Girl Scout troops, Downtown Rotaries, Climate Action Committee, Rotaract clubs, and other groups. John Risto was there representing DOT, and Neil Ruffino representing PRNS, and we were also joined by Caitlin and Callie, two of our city arborists, who serve a vital function for our city. As we celebrate Arbor Day, please consider adding a tree to your home or neighborhood and participating in many community planning events we have across the city. So today we're going to present this proclamation declaring Arbor Day April 28 and give it to John Risto, who represents our Department of Transportation.
Thank you, Council Member, Mayor, and Council. Just as I'm representing all of the departments in the city that participate in making our urban forest better and our tree canopy improvement, and all of our partners like Our City Forest that help us with doing that. So thank you very much for the.
And just on the Arbor Day point, I want to recognize Councilmember Cohen as well. Thank you, John, for all your work in DOT. Councilmember Cohen has set a goal of planting 1,000 trees just through his council office and has been engaging partners to do that. So definitely an ambitious goal, something for all of us to strive toward. But thanks for your leadership. So Councilmember Ortiz is now going to join me, and we will recognize and proclaim National Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women Awareness Day. Councilmember?
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, everyone. This Friday is an important day of awareness for an issue facing Indigenous communities across the United States, an epidemic of murdered and missing Indigenous women. Yes, please join. After hundreds of years of oppression, our Indigenous nations still face federal intrusion into the sovereign authority of our First Nations to protect their people and create safe communities. And in many cases, federal government employees are the source of the danger, be it law enforcement or officials from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, among others. And this violence often has a gendered component. For years, unsolved abductions and femicides have devastated Indian country, and the complex web of bureaucracy governing Indigenous nations have only served to prevent justice for the daughters, sisters, and mothers of so many. On July 4th, 2013, Hannah Harris of the Northern Cheyenne Reservation in Montana went missing. Her family implored authorities to act, but they were ignored. Instead, as is too often the case, Hannah's family and friends had to organize a search for her themselves. They began talking to other families who had suffered the same injustices of slow or no government response in the face of violence against their communities. The campaign for missing and murdered Indigenous women awareness had begun. It was 4 years after the disappearance of Hannah and tireless work by communities across the United States that the senators from Montana moved to declare May 5th a National Day of Awareness for missing and murdered Indigenous women. It's important that the city of San Jose make their own statement, both in solidarity with our own Indigenous community and the families across the country who are demanding action from local and federal governments in the face of systemic gendered violence. I want to invite everyone to visit the City Hall lobby, where we will be having an exhibit honoring those lost and the movement for awareness of missing and murdered Indigenous women. I now want to hand the mic over to Sonia Tetnowski, the Chief Executive Officer of the Indian Health Center of Santa Clara Valley. She is a member of the Makah tribe in Washington State and was recently appointed to Secretary of Interior Deb Haaland's Not Invisible Commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this great honor. I also wanted to thank the City Council for turning the lights red today through Friday in recognition of missing, murdered, and trafficked Indigenous peoples. Far too long we've had this crisis happening in our communities without recognition and without response. This is an epidemic, and we need to make sure that we're looking out for our missing, murdered, and trafficked Indigenous peoples. With 630,000 American Indians in the state of California, 5,712 have gone missing. The percentages are staggering. We need to work together to address this epidemic, to ensure that none of our relatives are missing from those vital points in time, including holidays, birthdays, and celebrations. We're missing our relatives at those tables. So please work with us. And also, please, if you see something, say something. We can't afford to lose any more of our relatives. Kleko, kleko, ekshuyuk schultz. I'm thanking you with honor.
Councilmember Batra, if you'd join me at the podium, we will recognize and proclaim Stroke Awareness Month. There he is, right on cue. Councilmember Batra, if you want to come on over.
Dr. Sachdev and is there, and Tommy Riba. Now I see them. Okay, now we can begin. Thank you, Mayor. We are here to proclaim Stroke Awareness Month, which is month of May. Stroke is a very devastating illness. Every 40 seconds, somebody dies in the United States from stroke. Every 3.5 minutes, somebody dies from stroke, affecting around 795,000 people a year. This is a great time to be aware of this illness and its impact. Even though I'm sad about the number of stats I read to you, I'm really glad to say that the science of medicine and the systems of medical care have developed to the point where we are in a position to take care of this very, very impactful illness. Now, what we have learned is through the science that between the time a patient suffering from the stroke and the time the doctors have a chance to give them back the life which they normally led and not have a disability or a death is only about 3 hours. So making sure that the patient is actually recognized that is suffering from this disease or has an attack, we have to have people around them be able to recognize the symptoms of this impactful disease. That is what one of the 2 people here we are going to have soon get the proclamation have done. They've increased the awareness and the symptom knowledge and the impact of this device. Bill Barron, who is here, he was the founder of the Stroke Awareness Foundation in year 2002. We also needed the hospitals which could serve such patient, and our Good Samaritan Hospital is the first one certified to have stroke clinic. That was in year 2003. We also have with us is Dr. Sachdev, who for the first time in 1996, through intravenous, administered a drug called TPA, which is clot-busting drug. And if that drug is administered within 3 hours of the time, a patient has a good chance that they will recover fully and will not suffer for the rest of their life, if they have a life left, from this disability. He's the one who practiced this medicine, along with his lot of colleagues, since 1996. He has continued to serve our community with dedication and has made an impact in saving lives, improving the lives of the people who have actually encountered such a disease. So I want to welcome all the 3 of them. We are going to give proclamation to our founder of the Stroke Awareness, Bill Barron, and we're going to give the proclamation to the CEO of the Good Samaritan Hospital, Tommy Ribia, and we're going to give a commendation for Dr. Sachdev. I'd like you to say a few words. Mr. Barron.
Good afternoon. You gave me too much credit. I'm not a founder, but I've been on the board for 20 years. In fact, one of the co-founders of the Stroke Awareness Foundation was the former vice mayor of the city of San Jose, Pat Dando, who together with Chuck Tennisketter and Chuck Hoffman, both stroke sufferers, and Bob's in the audience, there he is, hi Bob, believed that our community could do better. and our board has helped our community do better, but it takes partners like with Good Samaritan Hospital deciding to spend the money and resources to create a stroke-certified hospital. Today, every single hospital in our Santa Clara County region is now stroke-certified, some to a higher level than others, but as the good council member noted, in 2002 there were 0. What does that mean? It means that when time is brain is the big picture. The council member referred to that. The minute onset of symptoms occur, getting to the hospital, getting medical care is critical, as every minute, literally every minute, neurons in your brain die. And as a result, you need to get care. Let me just quickly touch upon underlying conditions that lead to stroke and what you can do about it. Underlying conditions for stroke include excess stress, poor diet, lack of exercise, high diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and AFib. Get yourself checked for your underlying conditions. Don't wait, just get it done. It's a good place to start. Stroke can be devastating, yet stroke can also be treatable if quick action is taken at the onset of symptoms. Again, simply said, time is brain. So in closing, remember the basic symptoms as follows with the acronym BFAST, B-E-F-A-S-T. B for balance. Do you experience sudden balance or coordination challenges? E for eyes. Do you experience sudden blurred vision? F for face. Does one side of your face suddenly droop? A for arm. Does one arm become limp suddenly? S for speech. Do you suddenly slur your words or can't speak? T for time. In the event you experience any one of the above conditions, call 911 for yourself or on behalf of a loved one, a friend, or a coworker, or even that of a stranger. Save a life. To learn more about stroke awareness and educational information, please visit strokeinfo.org, now in 5 languages on our website. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Representing the team at Good Samaritan Hospital, it's just an honor today to respectfully pay tribute, if you will, to the work of Dr. Harmeet Sachdev. But Good Samaritan Hospital made a decision decades ago that this was important, it was a priority, and we've continued to invest and actually achieve the level of a comprehensive stroke center. What does that mean? It means that it's a team of people where we've invested in additional skills, response times, a team of people that can respond immediately to signs of stroke, to actually identify maybe undetected signs of stroke. So we have made a huge commitment to the community of Silicon Valley and have done so for decades. But you know what? It's all really largely been done through the incredible advocacy and leadership of Dr. Harmeet Sachdev. But before I introduce Harmeet, I do want to say and give tribute. When you have a comprehensive stroke center, it's a team of people. This is not the work of one, and Harmeet will be the first to call that out. It takes so many specialties, so it's a strong team of different disciplines, if you will, that are at the ready for anyone that comes to Good Samaritan Hospital with signs of stroke. Regional Medical Center is also a comprehensive stroke center, is a trauma center for this area. So we're really pleased to serve you well and very proud of the work that's been done. So Harmeet Sachdev, Dr. Sachdev, one of a kind. We respect him greatly. We have great affection for him. He's relentless for those that know him. He's hard to say no to because you know why? He knows the truth about the disease. He knows what it takes to commit the resources and time to prevent the disease and to treat it timely. It's true. 2 days after the FDA approved TPA, the strongest treatment available for stroke, 2 days after it was approved at the federal level, Dr. Sachdev was the first community physician to actually treat a patient with TPA. That's quite remarkable. It takes that singular leadership sometimes to advance a cause. You have to have those people right? You have to have those people in our midst. So in wrapping up, I would just say that his colleagues that are here today, his friends and family are here today, recognize him for this because he's so special in this field and because he has taught so many of his colleagues and so many community members because he's a convener. He convenes the world's best for conversations locally. He brings the specialists from all over the country, and he has before time and time and time again, to make sure that we're always current and contemporary and leading edge in the way we treat stroke. So without further ado, it's Dr. Harmeet Sachdev.
Thank you, Tommy, for your kind words. Honorable Mayor Mahone, Council Member Batra, all the other honorable council members. So I want to thank you, I express my gratitude and thanks for choosing me for commendation, and most importantly, recognizing the need to treat the stroke symptoms and prevent this illness. Bill Barron has already mentioned what it takes, what is the suffering which is caused by the stroke. My journey for stroke care started when I was an 8-year-old boy, looking at my grandpa who could not move or could not speak a single word. At that time I thought, well, there has to be some injection or a shot I could give to his tongue so that he can speak to me. And this thought has never left my mind, even till this day. So, pardon me. Sorry for that. Okay. So after Stanford, finishing up at Stanford in late 1990s, I came to Good Samaritan Hospital, and it was a large cardiovascular center. And the late Robert Wolfline, who was a cardiovascular surgeon, he kept telling me, Harmeet, we need to bring the latest treatment for stroke to the Good Samaritan Hospital and to the community of San Jose. The only treatment, ladies and gentlemen, at that time was to just give an aspirin and physical therapy and send the patient to nursing home. Most of those patients were not able to really walk or talk again. So as mentioned earlier by Tommy and Bill, so the second day after the FDA approved this medication, I was able to treat a 49-year-old gentleman at Good Samaritan Hospital. And the biggest challenge at that time is how to do this treatment within a period of 3 hours. So it's not a single person or one nurse or one doctor can do it. So we needed a coordinated team. So we created one of the first stroke team in the nation at that time. Now, intravenous TPA, even though we think it's a miracle drug, it does not work for everybody. So to remove the large clots and for patients who come after 4.5 hours, 4.5 hours, we then have to pull the clots out of the brain. So dating back to 2005, after we became the first primary stroke center in the nation, Dr. Reza Malik joined the staff of Good Sam. Sam Hazen, who's a current CEO of HCA, he visited us at that time and gave us a special equipment, biplane imaging. Then in 2011, the neurocritical care ICU happened, and all those things falling in place. Harish Murthy, our lead ICU physician, was instrumental in that. So the important thing was that this resulted into making of a comprehensive stroke center. In 2013, Good Samaritan Hospital became the first comprehensive stroke center as a community hospital in state of California. So while we were making these strides to improve the patient care and bring the latest treatment to the community, the bigger challenge was to really do the public education and education for the nurses, physicians, EMT, technologists, and all that. The Stroke Awareness Foundation was instrumental and has been instrumental in taking the lead for the education for the community, also for the EMTs and other personnel. And many of the donors have contributed for the education in our community, and I want to thank them all. So we have come long ways, ladies and gentlemen. I want to mention one point here. the most important thing after the comprehensive stroke center happened, it was very important that the correct patient is taken to the correct hospital. And late Patricia Dando, Bob Dando is here, she took the lead and went to the County Board of Supervisors, and we were able to change the triage system in the city of San Jose and the county of Santa Clara so that the correct patient goes to the correct hospital as soon as possible. So we have come long ways. No one person can do it all alone. And I want to thank Tommy Raiba for her continued commitment for the cause of stroke to improve the quality of care, which we have been able to achieve and bring it to the city of San Jose. We have now, we talked about 3-hour time window. We are able to give to vast majority of patients coming with stroke symptoms the intravenous TPA within a period of minutes or 45 minutes. And while 96, I was struggling to do it in 3 hours. We've been able to achieve that. The miracle of doing all this is, ladies and gentlemen, I've seen patients not be able to walk or talk again. When you see them walking out of the hospital or living a fruitful, functional life, that makes our day. And the most important thing, please, is that I want to thank from the bottom of my heart our stroke team, my stroke team here, of physicians of different specialties, as Tommy earlier mentioned, the nurses, the technologists, the EMTs, the physical therapists, the speech therapist, anybody who takes care of the stroke patients in and outside the hospital has my praise and my thankfulness to them, my gratitude. On personal note, I'm thankful to my office staff, my close family, my friends, and they have always helped me to do what I'm supposed to do, which is, you know, what I've done or what I'm still planning to do and continue to do what I like the best. I want to thank my parents who are blessing us all from up above. My children, thank you for understanding your overbusy and overworked dad all these years. And most importantly, thanks to Tripta, my wife. Without her help, I won't be here standing. And one last thing. This commendation, ladies and gentlemen, does not belong to me alone. It's for all of you. Everybody is pitched in to make this happen. No one single person can do it. Thank you, all of you.
All the council members who want to join on the floor for the picture, and all the doctors who are in the council chambers, please come down for the picture.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you for your work.
down here. I'm down here. I'm gonna cut it short at this. Yeah, same here. Yeah.
I now invite everybody who came with us to please proceed to the tower, 18th floor. Thank you.
All right. Our final ceremonial item of the day, last but not least, is National Pet Month, and I'm joined by Councilmember Torres. All right. National Pet Month is a month where we celebrate the animals in our lives, raise awareness of responsible pet ownership. For many of us, our pets are much more than just animals. They are beloved members of our families who bring us joy, companionship, and unconditional love. As we celebrate National Pet Month, let us not forget the importance of responsible pet ownership. It's our duty to ensure that our pets receive proper care, including regular veterinary checkups, healthy nutrition, and plenty of exercise to make sure that they are happy and healthy so they can keep us happy and healthy. So I want to recognize the work done by the city's Animal Care Center, the Humane Society of Silicon Valley, who's here today, and partners who help fund that work, such as Amazon. In fact, Amazon and Pet IQ were here today in the Rotunda, and Amazon presented a contribution, a very generous donation to the Humane Society to continue their work, and there's a free pet clinic that's been going on in our Rotunda. So I'm going to turn it over to a proud pet parent, Councilmember Torres, who's going to tell us a little more.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I am a proud fur parent. I have two little ones. One is Lenny, and the other one is Bonet. If you're in the late 80s baby, 90s baby like I am, you'll know what I mean when I say Lenny and Bonet. All right. It is my honor to proclaim May as National Pet Month for the extraordinary effect and unwavering love that pets have in our lives, and we're going to present it to the Humane Society of Silicon Valley today. So the Humane Society of Silicon Valley continues to improve the lives of pet owners and pets throughout San Jose with their stellar services and educational programs, which have become a standard for pet care. In 2021, the Humane Society assisted 5,200 little furry animals in finding loving homes, offered 7,200 spay and neuter surgeries, and had over 940 active volunteers at their shelter. Thank you to all the staff and volunteers who helped run this incredible shelter and for building a more compassionate community by providing services for our pets and saving all of our homeless furry friends as well. And please do me an honor, Mayor, in presenting the commendation to the proclamation to the Humane Society. And also, we have Amazon here who has provided a $10,000 donation to the Humane Society as well. Thank you, Amazon. Whoever wants to say a few words? Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much to Mayor Mahan, Councilmember Torres, all the council members here of the City of San Jose, and to our friends at Amazon who have generously supported our work of saving lives, both pets and people. I'm from the Humane Society Silicon Valley, and happy to represent this organization doing good work with my alum from the HSSV network, Spock, who came out of the Central Valley through our regional rescue program. So we're so thrilled to be a part of this, to be celebrating National Pet Month. We believe very deeply that pets are family, and through various initiatives, we save lives, we keep families together, and we're working to change the game for the future for pets and people. And so how does that work? Well, along with our friends at Amazon, we have the vaccination clinic today, a number of other programs going on throughout Silicon Valley, specifically in the city of San Jose, and we're just thrilled to partner with organizations like SAGEX, who are part of our work saving lives as well. So we're really grateful for all of this and for the support, and working together to keep pets in our families and to support these wonderful furry friends. So thank you. Have a good one.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kathy Young, Amazon Public Policy Manager. Thank you, Mayor and Council Member and the rest of City Council for allowing Amazon to join the floor today. It's a treat for us to be here. We're celebrating our second Amazon Pet Day today and tomorrow. Tons of deals online. And together with HSSV and Pet IQ, we have Perla from Pet IQ and Wendy and Maggie from Amazon Pets today. We're giving out free rabies and DAPP vaccinations for dogs today while supplies last. So we are totally passionate about our furry friends, and if you have a dog, we're doing vaccinations until just a few minutes, so come down to City Hall. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay. Thank you to all my colleagues for your ceremonial items. Councilor Dewan, I saw your hand went up. Did you want to say something?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor. The ceremonial calendar is quite full, which is why we're unable to add a proclamation. So I would like to mention this weekend is a National Fallen Firefighter Memorial Weekend. And I ask that our city remember the lives of their San Jose firefighter, Rick Wardell, Scott Fay, and Bob Francis, whose name were recently added to the National Wall recognizing fallen firefighter. I ask the resident of San Jose to remember all fire and emergency personnel who have made the ultimate sacrifice in their service to their community, and to pay respect to the survivors of our fallen heroes by participating in Bell Across Americas for fallen firefighters. Toll a bell, pause for a moment of silence, or read a special passage to honor the sacrifice of our public servants and their family. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Okay, that concludes ceremonial items. We're on to orders of the day. Does anyone on the council have any changes to the printed agenda? Okay, I don't see any. Today's meeting will be adjourned in memory of Maria Elena Rodriguez, who passed away on March 2nd, 2023, and Councilmember Ortiz will tell us more.
Thank you, Mayor. It's an honor to adjourn today's meeting in honor of Maria. Having immigrated to East San Jose over 50 years ago from Tapalpa, Jalisco, Mexico, Maria Elena Rodriguez was the heart and soul of Amador Court. Having raised her 3 children in the family home, her family extended well beyond the boundaries of her house. Everyone in the neighborhood knew that Maria Elena's home was a community hub where neighbors could come over for a warm bowl of pozole, a chat, or simply friendship. For many years, she worked at Most Holy Trinity Church, where she was known for her home cooking. In fact, in her final hours of her life, the priest that administered her last rites made her smile one last time with his remembering of his deep love of her delicious quesadillas. Her children attended Cassell Elementary School, Ocala Middle School, and Overfelt High School. Her daughters, Perla and Fatima, went on to attend top universities such as Stanford, UCLA, UC Berkeley, and USF, while her son, Tony, has devoted his adult life to working with at-risk youth. She devoted much of her time and energy to her 4 grandchildren, Valentina, Lorenzo, Mateus, and Giada, passing along important values and a love for her culture, language, and foods. Maria Elena embodied everything that our East San Jose represents: a place you can come as an immigrant, raise your family, contribute to your community, and make all your dreams come true. Therefore, I'd like to adjourn this meeting in honor of Maria Elena Rodriguez. And now I would like to invite Maria's family to come down and say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Ortiz, Mayor, all council members. We're so honored to be here today to remember my mother. It's only been 2 months. As we celebrate so many beautiful things here during this month of May, I celebrate my mother and I celebrate all of our mothers because they're so special to us in our lives, and there could be no one with more of a profound impact than our mothers. And so I celebrate with them. I celebrate with all of you as well. As the council member said, my mother came to the city of San Jose over 50 years ago in the time of the orchards, as council member was talking about, Councilmember Cohen. She came here, she raised her family, she bought her home, she had her children here, she became a US citizen, and in so many ways, she represents what the city of San Jose is to so many people, a place where immigrants and people of all backgrounds can come, be successful, and fulfill their dreams. And so I thank you for recognizing my mother. It is our hope and our dream that San Jose continue to be that welcoming place where everyone can find their hopes and dreams fulfilled. She leaves a very strong legacy of belief in education, in family, and service to others. And so it is so wonderful and momentous for us to be here to recognize her and to recognize so many immigrants that make San Jose the wonderful city that it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, council member, and thank you for sharing your mother's story, very much a San Jose story, as you said. Thank you, and I'm sorry for your loss. We are on to the closed session report. Nora, do we have anything?
Thank you, Mayor. We do not have a report out of closed session today.
Thank you. On to the consent calendar. Are there any items that the council would like to pull from consent? Okay, that's.
I'll move approval of consent.
Second.
Great. Motion by Councilmember Cohen, second by Councilmember Ortiz. Do we have any public comment?
Blair?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Happy Tuesday to everyone. Happy May 2nd. I'm interested, there is an item about the future of clean energy programs that you'll be working towards. In reading it over, the memo and what it's about, clean energy rates and expansion of SJ CARES program. Just as a friendly reminder, it seems like it's basically this program is something of the ideas of the future of community energy and how to talk about a green future, green energy future. And it's an important item. And for our community to really get involved in the future of San Jose clean energy is to get involved with items like this and to really, as a community, what we're doing at this time, what you're approving today, is something that as community efforts, we can really grow and expand and better understand in the upcoming years. And more community involvement in the process can naturally make for better decision making towards that renewable future that we're all hoping for. And good luck how we can do that. And I think that's about all for myself on this item. I have a few more things I can offer. I think I'll wait till open forum time. But again, thank you for this item, and a real good luck to community to involve themselves with this sort of item and what we can really grow as our community future. Thank you.
Matthew?
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan, council members and staff. My name is Matthew Tinsley. I'm director of the Strong Start Initiative at the Santa Clara County Office of Education. And this is comment on item 6.3, the Climate Smart San Jose plans.
We're on consent calendar right now. We're not on 6.3 yet.
Oh, thank you. I will come back later.
Thank you. Back to council.
Thank you, Tony. Pausing for a moment to see if any hands go up. Okay, I think we're ready to vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. On to item 3.1, report of the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no report today.
Thank you. Item 3.3, we are on to the Federated City Employees Retirement Board public member interview. And Tony, I think I hand it
Yes.
back to you
Yes.
to manage.
I need Douglas Andre, John Cleveland, Matthew Faulkner, Debbie Abbott, and Julian Vogel to come on down and take a seat in the box. And Rochelle and Kip, you might need to sit next to each other so we make room. We have 5 people. So it looks like all 5 are here. They did all 5 confirm, so I'm very excited. So what we have here while they settle down is the Retirement Board public member position. There are actually 2 vacancies, but the City Council will appoint 1 today. Then the remaining 4 people will go to the Retirement Board. The Retirement Board will interview those 4 and then nominate one of those 4 to come back to you on a consent calendar item. It's not a discussion item when they come back. I know, it gets a little complicated. But today you're going to interview all 5, and you'll make 1 appointment. We'll do it by ballot. Again, we'll have you each ask a question. You're not required to ask a question. And then we'll give 2 minutes per person. I have their names in a list for random order, so I'll call on the different candidates for you. And did you want to say anything before? We're going to start with Doug. He'll be our first.
Great. And I'm sorry, Tony, are we doing an opening statement or just questions?
Yeah, we'll start with the opening statement.
Great.
Sorry, I forgot about that.
Take it away.
We're going to go in the order that you're on the agenda. So it'll be Douglas, followed by John, Matthew, Debbie, and Julian. I will call your name as we go. Please do a 2-minute opening statement about your qualifications. Take it away, Doug.
And good afternoon, Mayor Manhan and council members. I'm Doug Andre, and I am a resident of San Jose, and I'm also have a lot of experience with investments and financial management. I'm a graduate of Santa Clara University with an undergrad in information science and an MBA. I currently am employed as the head of operations at a startup where I'm responsible for financial and all operational managers. Plus, I am also a registered investment advisor. I have experience with all investment classes that the San Jose Pension Fund is invested in, with the exception of private equity. Actually, that was really great. I passed the Series 65 on the first time out. And what I would bring to this thing is I am a resident of San Jose. I have the interest as a citizen, and I've lived here for a while. And so I really want to make this city better. And more importantly, the pension fund is and the board is one of the most important things for this city. Most cities get into trouble because of their pension fund. The sensitivity analysis, your operating budget here in San Jose is $3.7 billion. Pensions expense typically takes 20% of the budget every year. And if we can improve the rate of return on the pension fund and just reduce the city contribution, the city would have another $37 million to spend on additional programs. And currently, the investment environment is a very difficult one, and I believe I can bring the expertise of 40 years of investing and to help make this fund perform better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John?
John Cleveland. I'm a resident of Los Gatos. My background is primarily in human resources, over 40 plus years of human resources, progressive human resources experience. You could consider me a specialist in managing employee benefits, including retirement programs. When I left my last corporate America job, I had over $2 billion of employee retirement funds that we managed in the human resources organization. And in terms of looking at not only yield and returns, diversity of funds, but also in terms of cost of those funds, because there certainly is a cost factor in having those funds and managing those funds. I'm interested in being a part of the organization here because, one, I think I can bring people perspective to the administration of the pension programs in San Jose, but also eye towards how do you manage these funds and as stewards of those funds for the employees and the employee benefit.
Thank you, Matthew.
Afternoon, Mayor, Council, what I do for the city. I am a finance professor here at San Jose State University. This is finishing up my 4th semester, and the students are a bit stressed because their exam's coming up, and I'm a little stressed being here interviewing, as it's been a while. So my background is, all my degrees have been in finance from undergrad. I have an MBA in international finance and investments, and my PhD in finance, as well as the CFA charter. So I practice as a chartered financial analyst, CFA Institute, and I'm an arbitrator for FINRA, which is the quasi-government institution underneath the SEC that oversees fair markets. The reason I'm very interested in this role is I've developed a business valuation course at San Jose State. So the idea of valuing assets is a grave interest or a big interest of mine, and I think that some of that knowledge can be applied directly into portfolio management successfully here on the board. The second thing is as a PhD, we're taught to ask a lot of questions. We're taught to question kind of everything that we go through to analyze. And in this managing or setting asset allocation across a $3 billion fund that people are waiting for their checks and it's part of their livelihood, that I think extreme analysis and asking those tough questions to the board members and the CIO and the investment plan is extremely important and a skill set I've continued to hone in on. And lastly, I like to give back to the community. I've been able to in other ways, but never in this field that I spent my career and then spending my career studying and working in. And this is one opportunity to actually give back community service within the field of finance.
Thank you. Debbie?
I want to really thank you again for everyone on the mayor and the council for inviting me, and I'm really pleased to see that 2 of my colleagues are here from San Jose State. And it is a really good institution. I have been a lecturer there for 16 years, teaching about finance and risk and return and valuing bonds, stocks, and other assets. So I also bring a really robust understanding of the kinds of issues that you need to understand. I also worked in corporate finance for 10 years and then had a variety of marketing roles. I believe that there are some real challenges happening right now, not just for San Jose, but for all of the pension funds around, because this is a very dynamic and volatile time in the market. As we look at what's going on, we see that the stock market has been up and down. We may be going into a recession. We look at what's happening with real estate as a potential investment opportunity, and it is looking like there are, with corporate real estate offices, retail, that it's looking less certain than it was. If you'd asked me a year or 2 ago whether I would recommend that you move into that area, I would have said absolutely, because the research shows that that's a better place to be, but it's a little bit less certain now. If you're looking at what you want to do with private equity, there's a new study out from UCLA, for instance, that suggests that pension funds like the one for the city of San Jose really have an opportunity to use certain metrics to find out how they might pursue that. And yet we know that there are a number of other pension funds that are starting to invest less. So there's a lot of issues that I could help provide guidance on as you know which way you want to go to be able to move ahead to increase those returns. I also know that right now...
That's 2 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead to your questions.
Did we hear from all the candidates? I think we.
Julian, oh,
I think we missed
sorry, Julian,
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Problem,
I
that's all
couldn't
right.
see you.
That's okay. Good afternoon, City Council members and people in the audience. My name's Julian Vogel. I am also a professor at San Jose State University. I hold 4 different degrees, and throughout my education, I have highlighted different aspects of the business environment. In my Bachelor of Science and Master of Science, I have focused on management, marketing, and innovation. In my Master of Business Administration, this was a very holistic and integrated business degree, and in my PhD, I had a concentration of finance with other courses in accounting and economics. So I can provide a very well-rounded overview of the business field, and also I am aware of the implications of different decisions to other areas than just the financial. I know of the implications in other areas. In my role as professor, I also obviously support student learning and teach courses such as Fundamentals of Finance or Financial Management Theory and Policy. And as part of my work, I also perform rigorous research in fields such as asset pricing and theories or ESG factors. I am also, as a professor, a public employee, and I'm familiar with the processes that entails with additional requirements when it comes to ethics or gifts. I balance budgets and grants, and I'm familiar with reporting that is required for these, and also the processes that are involved with these. Finally, as part of my job as professor, I strive to engage with the wider community, and the city of San Jose obviously is part of that. And from a personal perspective, as an immigrant with a refugee background, I would utmost appreciate the honor of serving the people of San Jose. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you for your opening statements and for your interest in serving on the board. It's obviously a very important role, and it's great to have such qualified candidates applying. We're going to now go through council questions, and we will start with Vice Mayor Kamei. And by the way, just to be clear, we'll have the Vice Mayor ask the question. We will give everyone an opportunity to answer. And Tony,
Yes.
You're managing the order?
Yes, I have
Thank
the
you.
list.
Appreciate it.
So John will be the
$1 fund in my last employer, and ensuring those funds were invested appropriately, had the right cost basis, were diverse in terms of the options and the markets that they were in. And I think that experience would be a nice adjunct to the experience of all the other members of the board in terms of how you manage those funds. What excites me about doing it is being able to do something that I'm passionate about to begin with, and have done throughout my career.
Okay, Matthew.
So what would I like to learn or take away from this? Every day I study finance. Every day I try to encourage my students and motivate them to study and understand finance. So that's a lifelong process that I've already signed up for. So in addition to that, with being a member of the board, I think I really enjoy learning more about the San Jose community. I'm relatively new here. I've gotten involved in a lot of different ways already, but to really talk to the community about their really monetary needs, their financial needs, the people that are a part of the program when there's opportunities to discuss with them. Secondly, to get to know the council members, the mayor, as we provide reports to you all. I find that learning more about what are the important things of the community, I find that aspect of learning and being a part of this committee I'd be focused in that realm, as well as additionally learning anything and everything that I can about finance.
Okay, Debbie.
Thank you for the question. I'm really interested in learning more about what we can do to make the San Jose pension funds more successful. And I think that there's a lot to be said about giving back to the community that I've been in for over 30 years, and really to be able to both understand what this pension fund's goals are, what other pension funds are doing, making sure that as we put together the best practices overall, that we come up with a better plan. And then I'm hoping that I can take back and help make that something that my students will learn about as well. Thank you.
Julian?
First and foremost, first, I wish to gain more experience on different market situations, because as we all experience right now, every market situation is different. So there is every new experience is just valuable in and of itself. Additionally, I see also as a benefit of learning more about the employment with the city, because a number of my students are, eyeing employment with the city, but I have little insight, so it's hard for me to to advise them appropriately. I, of course, also hope to find out more and to apply my knowledge to overcoming the challenges that the fund is currently facing, such as the shortage of the underfundedness, so to speak, and also the increase in beneficiaries, while at the same time who also in both in number and in not in contribution, but in benefits, while at the same time being faced with a steady or not as growing as much or not as high growth in contributions.
Douglas?
Certainly. Once again, what I really hope to learn is to bring my private industry experience into the public sector. I have done this, for a living. I've been evaluated by my clients every quarter, and I have this real-life perspective, and I would have that simultaneously while serving on this board. And I really think it's important that, I have lived through these recent financial crises as an active participant in the financial industry. And I have been able to, do right by my clients. And I think that sort of real-world perspective would be very, very valuable on this board. Someone who lives it can bring that sort of perspective into this situation. And for me, I have been active in the community affairs for a while now, and I have been looking for a way to actually participate with my expertise, and this opportunity on the pension board will give that to me. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you all for your answers. We are on to Councilmember Davis.
I want to thank you all for your willingness to serve and for coming today. I know these kinds of interviews are not fun. My question is, in your view, what is the biggest challenge facing the Federated Retirement Board, and how will you bring your experience and expertise to the table to address that challenge?
Okay, Matthew?
Yes, thank you for the question. So, the biggest challenge for any pension fund, and specifically this one, is to make sure the members are paid on time in full and they don't have to worry about where that money's coming from, which additionally takes stress off the city if we as a board do well in our asset allocation and the CIO does well in its implementation. It reduces the amount of funds that the city needs to push into or take away from other services that the city could offer. So that's the biggest concern of this fund, is its underfundedness, which is common across most all pension funds around the U.S. And now, how can I help address this or work toward it? I believe the pension fund right now, or the board right now, is pretty much filled with practitioners of investment managers and people that have worked in finance throughout their careers. And when speaking with the existing members at one of their meetings, they're completely happy to have an academic or someone with a new perspective, a younger perspective on that board, but focused heavily on the understanding of diversification and diversification analysis and the benefits of it within the plan as it tries to grow at a healthy rate of return with the least amount of risk possible and the highest return we can find. Thank you.
Debbie?
So what I really am thinking that the biggest problem is not just how to pay people today, but how to pay people for the future, because that's really where you need to make sure that you've got the investments that can grow. Because we can look at investments that are very near term, and we know what those are going to yield. The biggest challenge is what's going to pay the people 10 years from now, and 20 years from now, and 30 years from now, and how are we going to bridge that gap, really. And I can really help understand, do the analysis. And what's different about me and some of the other people that are here is that I have retired from my full-time job. I'm still teaching part-time at finance. I love it, and I have the time to really look in depth at these kinds of issues and help the council and help the board really come to the right solutions.
Julian?
So thank you very much for the question. I wouldn't say this is so bad because I get to meet 11 lovely new people to thank and be able to thank them personally for their service to our community. Thank you. As I said before, I would say the biggest challenge is the sustainability of funding. As the underfundedness continues to be an issue, it decreasing, but still, especially in the context of growing contributions or growing growing number of beneficiaries with growing volume of benefits, with less growth in contributions. At the same time, I also realize challenges to generating returns, since any investments have to be, first of all, a little more risk averse than in other, for example, private funds. And at the same time, I also appreciate the ethicality of being able to break down the investment decisions so that the beneficiaries can understand what we are doing as and the board of trustees, especially since the board of trustees really functions just as stewards for the beneficiaries. Thank you.
Douglas?
Certainly. I think the greatest challenge is right now is the fund is underfunded, and the last year's returns were not anywhere close to target. They did relatively well as far as what the benchmarks are. The issue being is this is like hitting 3 home runs and still losing the game. What is really the challenge going forward is now the Fed is probably going to raise interest rates tomorrow to 5%. This is the highest interest rate environment that we've seen since the early 1980s. We also have an inflation problem. So what is the challenge is going to be is to generate the target rate of return with some factor for inflation. And at the same time is that the existing investments, say in commercial real estate, throughout the country, there's been major declines in commercial real estate. And generally, commercial real estate on a pension fund is not marked to market, it is marked at cost, as in this particular pension fund. So the challenge going forward is to be able to survive in a relatively high inflation market that may continue for the next 2 to 3 years, and then being able to pivot to a low inflation market once again in 3 to 5 years. So the biggest challenge is to be nimble, but at the same time think long term. Thank you.
Back to you.
You forgot me.
Oh, John. Just because I marked the X too soon.
I can't wait to talk. Excuse me. I could echo the other candidates. You fundamentally you got to manage the funds better. You got to have better yields. They got to be safe investments. And I do firmly believe that we are stewards of that benefit for the employees. But there's another component here, is educating the employees. What is this benefit you have? What is its potential yield? What things that you should be doing in terms of preparing for your own eventual retirement and moving on into a different livelihood? And what can you expect from the city pension fund? And maybe you need to think about supplementing it. And maybe we need to be thinking about adding, like a 401k-like benefit so that employees could invest on their own as well through the city and be able to enhance their benefits above and beyond what's available through the pension plan. So I think there's a whole education component of the employees in terms of, what realistically can you expect 20, 30 years from now when you do ultimately retire from your career here in the city?
Great. Thank you all for your answers. We'll go to Councilmember Cohen next.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to thank all of you for applying. It's a very illustrious group of people with a lot of good skills. So I know we'll be able to make a good choice and have a good addition to the board. Thank you again for applying. Want to ask a question about your investing philosophy a little bit. I mean, obviously, our objective is to maximize our gains. It's a large pension fund, so it's pretty complicated. But at the same time, we want to minimize our risks, and that balance between risks and gains changes with time. So can you talk a little bit just about what your philosophy is about that trade-off between the maximizing gains and minimizing risk, and how that might evolve depending on the current conditions in the market?
Debbie?
Thank you for the question. In terms of risks, I think you need to think about your risks in terms of buckets. I mean, that's one of the traditional kinds of advice that you get for individual investing, but it's not different for a pension plan. You need to think about making sure you've got secure investments for the things you have, the monies you have to pay out now. And as you're looking more towards the future, you can have investments that are increasing risk, but with increasing growth. And what's really important is to be able to not just take on something that is supposedly higher risk and higher return, but to be able to get more visibility and transparency into those higher risks so that you're making a more secure and predictable kind of investment. So there's a balance there. And one of the things I think is really important about this high inflation area, one of the opportunities we have sort of for more near-term investing is to really take advantage of the higher returns that bonds are providing right now. That is a short-term opportunity that we didn't have before. We also need to look at what is going to happen as one of the other candidates had said, what's going to happen as we're looking at a high inflation, high interest rate environment now, and what do we need to do as we pivot towards something when the conditions change. The real key is that we need to be flexible, and we need to be on our toes, and we need to be always thinking about how do we make those adjustments as that happens every year, as the allocations need to be adjusted every year by the pension board.
Julian?
Thank you very much for the question. For me, risk is basically composed of two portions: of the willingness to take risk and also of the ability to take risk of the people whose funds are managed. And I think the beneficiaries of the trust deserve to have stability, and as such, obviously the risk should be as little as possible. I understand that there is, especially in the Bay Area, a multitude of different alternative investments such as VC or real estate, but at the same time I also realize that these are generally associated with a higher risk than traditional investments. And so I am conscientious of this trade-off at all times, knowing that the highest risk may not necessarily be what's in the best, the highest return may not necessarily be what's in the best interest of the beneficiaries. And so finding the right balance between those two is very important. And I obviously, in terms of investment strategy, I can definitely echo what Debbie said, that right now there is a unique set of opportunities in traditional investment space, such as bonds, especially government bonds, which have been detriment of some financial institutions in our region, but that can be used as an opportunity for the pension board. Thank you very much.
Douglas?
Well, certainly. Well, the classic portfolio theory for individual investors has always been to have a 60-40 mix of equities versus bonds, and the idea that they would be negatively correlated. Unfortunately, in 2022, that broke down entirely. Now, what we want to do generally in terms of risk is that you want to have asset classes that are negatively correlated with one another, i.e. that, during times of high inflation, you may want to have a 5 or 10% position in gold. And if you take a look at the current pension fund, there has been an attempt to have different asset classes out there to balance out, swings in the market or swings in various things like real estate. So, and also just how I approach it, you know, in my own particular situation, in my, you know, is that I primarily look at equities. However, I make sure that they're balanced across industries, and in certain high-risk situations, there are ways to hedge investments through various, you know, tools that are available to investors. I'm not going to go into the complications here. But basically, what you want to do is, according to modern portfolio theory, is to have asset classes that to some extent have negative correlations with one another. And the most important thing is to really, there are certain, you know, financial metrics that you can measure the return versus the risk on the investment, and that the trade-off is appropriate. And the most important thing is to ensure stability of income to meet the obligations of the pension fund. All right, thank you.
John?
I think in addition to having a risk-reward profile and having various different assets that are invested in, and again, these have to be safe assets because this is an employee benefit, is establishing performance criteria for each of those assets so that you know, okay, this is not performing at the level that we expected or want it to be. That provides us the trigger to make changes, the trigger to look at other investment opportunities, other investment vehicles. But by establishing that performance criteria on each of the different asset classes and each of the different funding vehicles, we have a methodology for managing objectively the risk and reward profile of those funds.
Matthew?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Cohen. I think your question was related to our investment philosophy. So the standard one that I work with people who I help manage money for or for my students is it's time in the market, not trying to time the market. So that's the standard philosophy of investing, that it takes time to make return. The difference between my personal investments and the students that I'm talking to is the time frame. We're talking about a retirement pension plan, and the most important philosophy or investment philosophy here is really trying to understand the outflows, what you're required to pay out every single year to the members of the beneficiaries, and finding investments that can match some of those cash flow duration periods. Additionally, pointing to the efficient frontier, right, where we maximize return for a given level of risk, which takes a lot of analytical work on diversification across the correlation of assets, as has been said before. And the last piece I'd point to with an investment philosophy is, and sometimes gets forgotten in the general world, is the how did you actually do, the full feedback loop of monitoring the CIO, of re-examining our asset allocations consistently to make sure that even if we perform well, was it our expectation? Meaning, you'd always hope that you're more right than you think you might be, but at that point you're still wrong in your original assessment. So fully understanding the feedback loop all the way through the investment decision process and its performance, in addition to monitoring the team. And San Jose has one of the biggest investment teams of any pensions in the country. So monitoring and discussing with them regularly about that implementation.
Great, thank you all. We're on to Councilmember Dewan.
Thank you for applying. I just have a really quick question here. What is your plan to address the unfunded pension liability and address the concern arising from inequality between our Tier 1 and Tier 2 benefits and rate for police and fire?
Julian?
Thank you very much for the question. As, of course, I'm aware of these inequalities between those two tiers, and I am also cognizant of the unfundedness. And as I said before, the obvious solution is to generate higher returns. However, at the same time, both police and fire and the general the general beneficiaries of the general fund, both do rely on us to not exceed the riskiness of the investments, of these investments. So for that reason, it is important to make investments in assets that allow to balance these risks. So for example, while at the same time also meeting, as Matthew mentioned before, to meet the timeliness of the payments that come due. So for example, this can, for example, be done through a number of different derivative contracts, and at the same time, the difference in contribution has to be reflected in the difference of generated returns, since different tiers are not funded to the same degree, and thus pose different levels of opportunities, but also of concern. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Douglas?
Well, the issue would be on those particular returns is that a lot of times that a lot of investment managers and funds get into trouble with is really thinking that they can beat the market by a certain amount of, higher than what, the market would ordinarily suggest, and which is known as a term called alpha. More hedge funds have gone down seeking alpha than any other reason. So what the solution is long-term is to increase the return of the fund, but at the same time, minimize risk in trying to do so. That might require that the pension fund begin to look at have a higher percentage of alternative investments, such as private equity and venture funds. And that would require a level of expertise in terms of investment management that may not be present at the current day. I am somewhat unfortunately familiar with some of the venture funds out there based upon my past experience, but to move into that way, to really increase the return and moving into these alternative asset classes has to be done very carefully, and expertise has to be present on both the board and also the professionals who run the pension fund.
John?
Yeah, to echo that statement is how do you outperform the market? Well, you're going to have to take on more risk for higher reward. And so how much of that portfolio that you have in terms of your pension fund are you willing to put into the higher risk for the higher rewards in order to get the bigger yields? So it's a dilemma, it's a challenge, and if I had the answer, I probably wouldn't be talking to you here. I'd be on my private island in my private jet somewhere. Separately, in terms of the question regarding the Tier 1 and the Tier 2, my understanding is the Tier 1 and Tier 2 were benefits that were offered to those employees at various stages they came on board, and that's what they agreed to. So now the question would be, is it a goal to level everybody up and have them in the same level of benefits, or is it, hey, this is what you agreed to, this is what we can afford, and this is what we want to maintain? And then it goes back to educating, how do we educate those employees? Why do the police have a different benefit than the fire folks and city employees, and why do they have different benefits, and why that exists, and what the history of it is, and do we want to change that, and do we want to effectively increase costs by having everybody Tier 1? Now, the other solution is make everybody Tier 2, which is not going to go anywhere. No one's going to accept reduced benefits from what they've got already. So I think that's a big challenge, and again, goes back to what I said earlier about educating the employees and also educating administration in terms of why we have that historical relationship, and do we want to maintain it, and why? What's our strategy and philosophy behind that?
Matthew?
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Doan. Can you clarify Tier 1, Tier 2 capital, and does that reflect the statements that John just made? Is that the correct interpretation of? The only reason I'm asking, because I am not sure. I know there's my background's in investments. My background's in making portfolio management decisions, not on the structure of the plan. So I think to the first question we had, something I would learn more about the structure of the pension plan, but does anyone have, is that the correct definition before I try to answer the question?
I don't believe I'm allowed to give you an input.
Clarify, okay. Well, assuming that is the correct interpretation of different timings, which could make sense. I mean, as an employee of the state of California, we all have different retirement expectations, our benefits associated with them. For example, professors who started 30 years ago have a multiplier of pushing upwards of 3 to 3.3 in terms of their multiply by number of years of service, where I'm going to be sitting at a 2 or a 2.5. So if that's related similarly or analogously to Tier 1 and Tier 2 capital, then we'd have to focus on meeting the obligations of the entire plan. I don't know if you have to differentiate which type of capital or which type of beneficiaries you're trying to please, one or the other. I think you're trying to please all the beneficiaries to make sure they're paid on time. So our ultimate goal is still fitting of matching those outflows and earning the highest return for the lowest level of risk, which again comes from the purpose of diversification. And I think we have to tackle investments across all asset classes. Currently, we see, if we look at the existing asset allocation, it's a lot of equities, which is normal, and then a lot of little asset allocations across many different classes. So fully understanding those would be our crucial importance. Thank you.
Debbie?
Thank you for the opportunity to answer this question. And I agree with both John and Matthew with regard to what they said. One of the things that I'm thinking about that sort of goes beyond that is that we want to think not just about what do Tier 1 and Tier 2 have to do and what we have to fund. We know we have to fund it. We know we have to make those. Our job is actually to find better ways to make that happen. And one of the things that I've been thinking about is what can we learn from other places? There was a December 2022 paper out of UCLA that talked about some tools that we could use to be able to measure how we evaluate some of those alternate investments. And really, for underfunded pension funds like this one, I really would love to learn more about what we could do to implement that specifically for San Jose and to find out if that can in fact make a difference for us. So I want to look at the new ways and some of the new thinking that's happening that will help us be able to implement solutions for this fine city.
Okay. And I just want to clarify, we're interviewing for the federated board here, just so I know it's a comparison made, but I just want to make sure everybody who's watching is just clear on that. Great, thank you for the question, council member. We will go to Councilmember Batra.
Thank you very much for offering to be on the board and willing to serve on the City of San Jose's retirement board. You all bring wealth of information, wealth of experience, and you're coming to manage the wealth. Okay, so my question would be is that you are not going to be individual wealth managers as some of you have described yourself to be. You're going to be part of the board where the decisions are not going to be individual decisions. So could you comment on how would you try achieving what you have described to be your philosophy of doing this? And if it is any different than what the current board is doing?
Okay, Douglas?
Okay. Generally, having served on boards and all that, all boards are generally a consensus-driven decision-making process. And this is, the Japanese have a phrase for this called nemawashi, or literally root binding. This requires lots of dialogue between the board members to understand where everyone is coming from in terms of their philosophy and what they think is appropriate. And this can take a while. And where I would say that, where the current board is, I just have, I can't really speak for them, but I can only look at the portfolio applications. If you want to increase the return, there has to be somewhat of a higher allocation to alternative investments and also to investments outside the United States. The pension fund, for obvious reasons, is weighted towards the United States, but as time moves on, there should be a higher international component, as the fastest growing economies will probably be outside the United States, and generally equity prices follow growth in the economy. So what I'm trying to get at, it's going to be a process to reallocate the investments of the pension fund, but everybody's opinion needs to be respected and be incorporated. Thank you.
John?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, again, the board needs to be diverse, and it's got to have a different perspectives, different investment philosophies, different expertise, different backgrounds, and I think where I would contribute is from the perspective of the employees. You know, this is an employee benefit. This is something that's very critical to the employee, that they're very passionate about, and if we don't get it right, you'll be dealing with a bunch of problems, not us. And I think that's the perspective I can bring to the board in terms of balancing not only the dollars and cents, risk and reward in terms of our investments and what they do, but also, you know, how does that impact? How does that impact the employees, you know, both short term and long term, in terms of providing them with the benefit that they think they're going to get. So I think that's that perspective, and I think it's you know, we've got to have trust with each other on the board. I can hopefully build some of that trust, you know, collaboration, transparency, having integrity, and I think I wouldn't think any board member wouldn't have that same kind of philosophy or approach when they work in a group of people like that with such a big responsibility.
Matthew?
Yes, thank you. So in terms of investing philosophy and how we execute this as a group, I was luckily before I applied, I attended a meeting just to see what the general meeting was like of the board. It was not obviously an asset allocation meeting, which happens once a year, and there's some closed door sessions there. But and then I was able to speak with the chairperson quite a bit about what is the role like, how do things happen in a very broad sense. The investing philosophy aligns with what you'd expect on a pension fund in terms of understanding, trying to meet the benefits of the beneficiaries. So I think that part is similar, but in terms of making decisions as a group rather than as an individual for an investment position, that the perspective of an open mind is very important. That not all of us will agree, including us sitting at the table, on what are the best asset allocation setups for this pension fund. So I think I put myself in a position where I'm more than willing to challenge somebody else's thought. And fairly, I'm more than happy to be challenged on my thoughts. And then ultimately resolving a decision, preferably with some additional data analysis that we can maybe point to a more specific reason. My background in statistics points to the opportunities to really focus on what assets are the most efficient assets to have higher risk or higher return and lower risk. So I would say that in terms of making a decision with an investment philosophy, all those components become a factor where we have one common goal as a team, and that is to make sure that these beneficiaries get paid for the money that they're counting on, and that we do a good job of getting it to them.
Debbie?
So when I think about what we need to do as a board, the most important thing is to be able to listen to the other people on the board, to be able to exchange ideas, to be able to bring data to support your points of view, and to be able to really come to a consensus, as was said earlier. And I have worked for 40-some years on a variety of different corporate as well as nonprofit boards, and that's been a real key to being able to move ahead. I think that I know that when it comes to it, that listening is probably really important part of what I can bring to it, but I can also ask important questions and bring up new ideas. I also know that the CIO will come in with, having talked to the chair, the CIO will come in with a number of different possible investments, and we'll discuss those as well. So we'll be working in partnership with the team and the experts that are on board, and to be able to add our expertise on top of that. So I see that as a strong melding of knowledge and opinion and data to form a better decision.
Julian?
Thank you very much for the question. One of the strongest aspects of the pension board is the multitude of people, and as a result also of opinions and viewpoints. Because I am both through my own experience on various boards and committees at the university, as well as through my research which also deals with the diversity on executive boards, both in demographics, but also in viewpoints and expertise. I'm ultimately familiar with the possibilities, but also challenges of this of multitude of opinions in the room. I'm fully aware that it could potentially lead to more conflict, but I firmly believe, and this is backed by my personal experience and also research, that a multitude of opinions leads to better outcomes. It is ultimately not about being right, it's about getting it right for the beneficiaries, right? So the multitude of opinions leads to discussions, leads to a certain level to conflict, even not necessarily disruptive conflict, but more like productive conflict that brings the discussion further, that furthers the discussion. And so, as was said before, arriving at a consensus really is important, but it's not just about the consensus, it's also the process of getting there to ultimately arrive at the best possible outcome, as I said, for the beneficiaries who have to be present in all that we do. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've exhausted my colleagues' questions. I'll wrap up with one. Once again, thank you all for being willing to serve. You're each very impressive in your own respects. I'm curious, based on your current understanding, do you believe that the fund's current discount rate is too high, too low, or just about right, and why? Tony, who's up first?
Sorry, I was John. I was on another
Not
page.
again. I think we need to count how many times I go first.
Sorry, John.
That's okay. It's okay. It's relative to what? Okay, right now in this market, if it's outperforming the market, I'd say the funds are doing fantastic. So, but is that enough to fund the benefit that we've committed to the employees? So it may be okay relative to the current market conditions, but it may not be okay relative to what we need to fund for the employee benefits. So I think the question is more around what do we want to achieve? How are we going to get there? What's the roadmap for doing it, both short-term and long-term, and then measuring it against that performance criteria, not relative necessarily to what's going on to the market. You know, what do we need to fund, and how do we deliver that benefit, and how do we do it?
Matthew?
Yeah, almost always across pension funds, and this is shown in research, is the expected return of pension funds was way too high. They think that they're going to take money and invest it at such a great rate, and they're going to beat the market, and it's going to all be, you know, butterflies and sprinkles in terms of how they get their how much they grow this money to be able to afford these pension plans, and then they all turn out to be underfunded, and then they have to dip into city funds to try to help cover an underfunding, at least in the short term. And there's research that shows that cities have cut police and fire services to help cover a pension fund, which is pretty sickening to think about in a city where we have to cut safety services to help fund a pension plan. So is there much we can do about it now with that expectation? We can obviously adjust it. That doesn't necessarily change the outcome of what we're expected to pay and what we're required to pay, and those will be adjusted going forward in new pension plans. But yeah, it's definitely the expected return is always greater than what the actual one is across most all pension plans, which ends up showing the reason for so much underfunding.
Debbie?
Well, my understanding is that the current discount rate is 6.625%, and that the 20-year return has been slightly below that, and the 10-year return has been significantly below that. So there is a gap between what the discount rate is and what the fund has been able to achieve in an overall portfolio. Because I know that the fund has to look at both what they have to deliver in a short-term perspective as well as some of those longer-term investments. So the discount rate is too high, it's too optimistic right now, probably because we have so much volatility coming, and we're going to be looking at an economy that looks like it's going to go to either a soft landing or a hard landing, which translates into lower returns for us. So clearly we need to do some adjustments, and we need to bring some reality to what we're going to be able to do. So we can definitely look at ways to increase the returns in the long run, but in the short term, we're not making it right now. We still have a gap.
Julian?
Thank you very much for the question. I agree with that the discount rate has to be adjusted, which is also a function of the discount rate always applying to a certain situation. And as I said before, we're definitely living through very volatile times, so obviously the discount rate has to be looked at in context more closely. That being said, yes, the discount rate, the current discount rate is too optimistic, and it has to be adjusted to the current situation that is much more volatile, that is a situation of inflation, of heightened inflation, of increased interest rates, of potential, of technical recession, but that does not necessarily feel right now as a recession, which will have implications for the future. So yes, the discount rate is too high and has to be adjusted downward. Thank you.
Douglas?
Okay, certainly. Once again, the current discount rate is 6.6% based upon a 20-year life. And let's just take a look at that 6.6% for a moment. That's underlying that is a 2% inflation rate during those 20 years approximately. So the real rate of return is closer to 4.5% if we're doing an inflation adjustment. Now the scary thing about that, if you just go to the S&P 500, you put all your money into an S&P 5 index fund and also just reinvested the dividends, your rate of return over those 20 years would have been 7.6%. Obviously, the discount rate of the rate of return would probably be less because you have to balance that off with bonds and what have you. So going forward, the discount rate really needs to be adjusted for the new inflation environment. And so right now, that rate of return is probably too optimistic if we take account of inflation and the need for continued diversification. So maybe the real rate of return, instead of being roughly 4.5%, maybe have to be adjusted downward to 3.5% plus some inflation adder. The most important thing when people were having to deal with this in the early 1980s is trying to figure out how you're going to deal with an inflation rate and its impact upon your particular pension fund. This was a challenge that went back into the early 1980s. And then we did have pension funds go bankrupt back then. And the federal government had to step in, and what happens is people do take a haircut when the federal government steps in. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all once again. Really appreciated hearing your answers to our various questions, and appreciate you taking the time and your interest in serving the public in this way. I believe, Tony, we are ready to vote, and do you want to explain the rules?
Yes. Although there are 2 vacancies, you're only voting on 1. So choose 1 person, and then we'll come and collect your ballots. And if anybody receives 6 votes, they're appointed. Otherwise, we'll look at who the top 2 or 3, based on the results, and vote again.
And do another round. Okay.
Can I, Mayor?
Yes.
So I'm the liaison to the Federated Retirement Board.
Yeah.
Would it be all right? I have a couple of things I want to say, and I'd be happy to just make a motion if that would be all right.
Oh, yeah, why don't you go ahead and speak? Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
thanks. I know we have a lot of new people on the council, and we've gotten all of one study session about the boards and what they do. And I just want to say, when we're talking about a public member of the board, what I'm looking for is if they have the time to devote to this board. And by the way, the board is like VTA. For those of you who are on VTA, there are also multiple committees that people have to serve on, and they are overseeing the CEO and the CIO in addition to the board, and they're also making determinations for disability. So there is a lot of information that they need to learn and a lot of expertise that they need to gain in addition to just about investments. So I'm really looking for someone who has the time to devote on the board. I'm looking for someone who brings a new perspective to the board because I think diversity of thought is important. And for the public member of the board, I'm really looking for a San Jose resident because I want them, frankly, to have some skin in the game as taxpayers because they're the one that we appoint. And love the talk about the discount rate, but every time the discount rate goes down, the amount that we have to pay goes up. And that puts a strain on our general fund in particular. So with that, I would like to make a motion to appoint Debbie Abbott to the board.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Tony, I assume, I'll see if there are any other hands, if any of my colleagues want to comment.
Yeah, we have done that method in the past.
Great,
So,
I'm fine with voting, just want to see if anybody else wants to weigh in. Okay, so then we will vote up or down on Debbie then?
yes.
Okay,
It says consent calendar, but just ignore that. It doesn't record anywhere with that title. Okay, motion passes. And just a reminder motion passes 11-1 with Batra voting no, to say that for the people on Zoom.
10 to 1.
10-1, sorry. 10-1 with Batra voting no. The 4 remaining candidates will go to the retirement board. The retirement board will interview you guys again, so you'll get to go through their interview process. And then their nomination will come back to you on consent calendar for you to ratify.
Right. Okay, well, congratulations, Debbie, and thank you all for your time. All right. We are on to item 3.4, which is the approval of the issuance of tax-exempt multifamily housing revenue notes. And I believe we have a short staff presentation, so as soon as staff's ready, we'll jump into the presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Rachel Vanderveen. I'm the Assistant Director of the Housing Department. And I'm joined in the box today by Banu Sun, our Housing Policy Planning Administrator with the Housing Department, and by Chinyu Sun, who is our Deputy Director of the Finance Department. We are also joined by a host of folks who are in the room and online because, as you know, it takes a village to finance affordable housing, and today we brought the village with us. So from Charities Housing, we have Mark Mickle, and we have Marvel Ang and Hai Nguyen. Also, we have from Amigos de Guadalupe, we have Jose Murillo and Martisa Maldonado. And from the Housing Department, we also have Chelsea Bass, Michael June, and additional new staff members are here as well. From our legal team, we have Shasta Green from the esteemed attorney's office, and then from our bond counsel, we have Paul Toland. And we also have our municipal advisor, Peter Ross, available. So we are all here to provide this presentation to you today. So I wanted to just provide a little bit of background. In August, we had 4 developments and the city combined provide applications to the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee, our CDLAC, for 4 developments. And awards were made on November 30th for all 4 of them. This totals $210 million in bonds, and the city has 180 days to close on construction and finance and issue these bonds since the day that they were awarded. All 4 developments must be closed by early June. Additionally, I just wanted to let you know that we were also successful in submitting 2 additional applications to CDLAC in February, and we're expecting to receive awards of those later this month. So with that introduction, I am going to turn over the presentation to Banu.
Thank you, Rachel. All right. This affordable housing development is located in Council District 5 on 1860 Alum Rock Avenue and will create 59 new affordable homes for low-income and extremely low-income families. The development will set aside 30 homes for residents at risk of homelessness, supported by the county's Rapid Rehousing Partnership Program, restricted at 30% AMI. 26 of the remaining 29 units will be supported by Section 8 vouchers. This proposed development will service families. More than half of the apartments will be 2 or 3 bedroom apartments. The development is exploring the possibility of offering the community serving space to Amigos de Guadalupe, a nonprofit organization that will serve low-income residents, offering programs such as temporary housing, rental assistance, after-school academics, and immigration services. Additional amenities for this development include a second-floor landscape courtyard for residents. The development expects to start construction June of 2023 to be completed by December 2024. All right. The 1860 Alum Rock development will be funded through multiple funding sources. For this particular development, funding sources include around $32 million senior lenders construction loan, $29 million of that is tax-exempt loan, and $2.5 million is taxable loan. The City of San Jose and counties and Housing Trust Silicon Valley's gap financing, and a private equity investment. When the construction is complete and the project enters into the permanent phase, the investor's equity infusion will pay down 84% of the senior lender's construction loan.
All right, so the action that we have before you today is to approve $29 million in tax-exempt bonds and $4 million in taxable bonds. This amount includes a contingency necessary to complete the construction. This action will allow the developer to qualify for $27 million in tax credits. And as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, this is the first of 4 bond issuances that will be coming before you between now and the end of June for your consideration. What we're going to do today is provide an overview of these projects, or this one project, and then we're giving you a preview of what's to come. And then we're also going to take some time to do an overview of the bond issuance process. And so I'm going to turn the presentation over now to Chinyu, and she's going to walk us through what it means to issue bonds.
Thank you, Rachel. So why does the city issue multi-family housing bonds? The purpose is very simple and obvious: to promote affordable housing in the city of San Jose. As we all know, housing has become a huge issue in the state of California, specifically in the Bay Area. The city typically issue tax-exempt bonds to finance the multi-family housing projects, to provide low-income financing options, and together with low-income housing tax credits. In this financing, the city functions as a conduit issuer. The city obtains proceeds from the bond issuance and turn around to loan it to the project developers to finance a portion of the project cost. Once the project is fully completed, leased up, the developers will collect rent payment from the tenants and then tax credit from investors to repay the debt. The housing department in the city usually provides some additional loan to the developer to subsidizing the project. In the 1860 Alum Rock, the loan amount, as shown in earlier slides, is a little bit over $8 million. These loans are usually subordinated to the tax-exempt bonds the city is about to issue. So by issuing those bonds, the city is allowed or is capable of putting clauses in the bond documents to protect those subordinate loans. Additionally, by issuing bonds, we can collect some issuance and annual fees to recover some of the costs the city incurs through the bond issuance and then the select application process. By no means we're able to cover 100% of our costs incurred during the process. Because the city is a conduit issuer, we're not pledging our taxing power and credit into the bond payment. The bond payments are solely coming from the tenant, rent payments from the tenants, and then other credits resources. Okay. The tax-exempt housing bonds must meet the requirements of federal tax codes enforced by IRS. One of the key requirements are income set-asides. What it means is that either 20% of units must be set aside for household earning 50% of the area median income, or 40% of units must be set aside for households earning 60% area median income. In the city's case, most of the projects, 100% units are affordable. Also, the tax codes require us to hold TEFRA hearings, which provide the opportunity for the public to voice their opinion towards the city's issuance of tax-exempt bonds. Tax-exempt multi-housing tax-exempt bonds usually are subject to some volume caps. Those caps are applied by the United States Congress to each state to limit the amount of tax-exempt bond to be issued by the state. For the state of California, in the year of 2023, the cap is set as $4.7 billion. And in the state of California, the Debt Limited Allocation Committee applies to the limit to those qualified projects that provides public benefits. Multi-housing, affordable housing projects certainly qualify as those public benefits. By receipt of the SID-like allocation, the project developer automatically qualifies to receive 4% of federal low-income housing tax credits, which is usually administered by the California Tax Credit Allocation Committee. This is a diagram demonstrating our typical multi-housing bond structure the city applies extensively in those housing bond issuance. In this structure, the city is a conduit issuer, as shown in the center circle. The city sells a bond to a lender, typically a large bank, and obtain the proceeds from those lenders and turn around and loan the proceeds to the developer, also known as a borrower, to complete the projects. After the project is completed, fully leased up, the developer or the borrower will collect rent payments from tenants, and also they can collect the tax credit investment from investors and turn around and remit it to the city, and ultimately the money will be remitted to the lender to pay down the loan, both principal and interest. The city usually retains the service of fiscal agents to help with managing the money transactions. By issuing the tax-exempt multi-housing bonds, the city requires the borrower to comply with multiple requirements stipulated in the bond document. The borrower also, as a developer of the project, are required to monitor the expenditure of the bond proceeds, ensure they're meeting the bond documents, and make bond payments as required, and provide proper property management, and provide information as to occupancy and income level of the residents. And they also, as most of the tax-exempt bonds, they are required to perform arbitrage rebate calculation and make arbitrage rebate payments if this arbitrage is determined to be positive. And they also required to provide annual continuing disclosure to the banks, to the tax credit investors, and to the city and some other subsidy providers. With that, we have concluded this presentation and open for questions.
Great, thank you. Let's go to public comment.
Blair Beekman. Blair? I'm going to move on to Catalyze SV.
Good afternoon, just wait until the timer resets. Okay. Good afternoon, Council. This is Alex Shore, Executive Director of Catalyze SV. Just want to express continued support for the city's efforts to help get permanent supportive housing and affordable housing built in our community. This is fantastic to see the city loaning out money, which of course then comes back to us, sometimes with interest. So it is just such a win-win-win for the city to employ this kind of strategy. Our members didn't get a chance to score this Alum Rock project before you today, but want to thank Charities Housing for continuing to build affordable housing projects in our community. Our members get a chance to score one of the other projects coming to you later that was previewed today. It's noteworthy that the developer brought the project to our members in June of 2020, almost 3 years ago. And it speaks to the doggedness of so many affordable housing developers that work diligently to try to get the financing together to build these great projects. And in the span of those three years, it's also great that that developer didn't change the number of affordable units at all. What will go before you for a loan is what came before our members as well, 154 affordable housing units. And how awesome is that to continue to see developers building as many homes as they can in the face of all the winds blowing in their face to try to get these affordable housing projects built. So kudos to you, the council, and the City Housing Department for continuing to put these deals together, for loaning out city funds that will pay dividends down the line for years for both the city and this community. Thanks very much.
Back to council.
Thanks, Tony. All right, we'll start with Councilmember Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to begin my comments by thanking staff from the Housing Department for meeting with both myself and my team regarding the project. I'm happy to see that there's going to be more affordable housing available for our community in Alum Rock. And this new development, excitingly, will also be providing a space for a great community nonprofit, which is Amigos de Guadalupe. With Amigos on site, they will be offering a variety of on-site services to not only the residents, of course, of the development, but also the surrounding communities. And some of the services will be education, housing, immigration services, and of course, advocacy. And while this is only one of the 4 projects that are coming forward, I believe as they're all together, they will move our city towards our overall housing goals. And I'm also grateful to see that the developer has provided relocation assistance to the small businesses, something that I think should be the practice for all developments. And while it's also great to see new affordable housing space, as well as nonprofit space along the Alum Rock corridor, it's also equally important for me to make sure that we have commercial spaces continued, given that's been the legacy of Alum Rock in the history. So I hope our staff will take that into consideration. That being said, I'd love to move approval for the item.
Second.
Great. All right. I heard the second from Jimenez first, but it might just be the time it takes for sound to travel. I don't want to get into it. Yeah. Thank you, council member. Very gracious of you. All right. Vice Mayor Kameh.
Thank you so much. Affordable housing projects like these are so valuable, especially in communities like Mayfair. I've mentioned this before, and I'm just curious. It's my understanding that our affordable housing lotteries really are countywide, and I really want to see developments be beneficial to the neighborhoods that they're being built in. And so I'm just wondering about any mechanisms that we could potentially use to improve the chances of, for example, Mayfair residents to be eligible for some of this really great affordable housing. It's so needed in the area, but it would be great if it were our neighbors, right, who are right there, and be able to get into, units that are going to be affordable and new and exciting.
Yeah, thank you for your concern, Councilmember. So the Housing Department is currently working on a policy which is we call tenant preferences. And so what we plan to do is to bring forward that policy for consideration to council in the fall. And I'm really hoping there's steps we need to move through, but we have begun to do that with tenant preferences. And what we're really hoping is that as the construction starts for this policy is going to be walking through a process as well. And this could be this would be a great opportunity to implement that policy when this building is ready to be leased up.
Okay, so the eligibility will be at a later time and not, okay.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. And I think that these are the projects that I think that the community looks forward to, and it'd be great for them to participate as part of being eligible for being in their neighborhood. Thank you.
Yeah, great point, and completely agree. Looking forward to that policy coming back for discussion. Councilor Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you. Also supported the project. Charities Housing has done some work in District 2, so I'm sure it's going to be a great project. I just have one question, and it may seem like a relatively simple question, but it's been brought up to me by homeless advocates, and not until they brought it up, I thought about it. Okay, maybe we should think about it as we move forward and develop these. So I know that 30 units will be set aside for tenants in the county rapid rehousing program. Obviously prioritizes residents who are experiencing homelessness. What I'm curious about is, in those units, are we allowing pets?
Pets are allowed throughout the entire development, so yes.
Okay, so irrespective dog, cat, fish, squirrel, whatever it may be. I've seen a squirrel be fed. Anyway, that's a different story.
The answer is yes.
Yes. Okay. Wonderful. And then so is it? So we're this isn't built yet, obviously, but how do we make certain that charities who's getting the loan and the proceeds and all this is actually abiding by that and allowing that to happen? I was looking to see if I saw anyone from charities.
Right here.
Oh, there.
Mark is
okay.
here.
I'm not too familiar. Mark, if you can just touch on that.
Thank you. My name is Mark Mickle. I'm the Executive Director of Charities Housing. I've been with the organization for 4 years, and I was on their board 9 years before that. So my background is finance. I was really enjoying the whole interview process over here, but ops is not necessarily one of my areas that I have a deep skill set in, but your question, we have lease that the tenants must abide by, and so there are rules of the house, and we enforce those leases. We do have reasons to try to be sensitive to people's needs so that we can accommodate things that are maybe in the gray area of the lease, but we really need to enforce the lease, and so that there are rules that our tenants adhere to.
Yeah, I would assume that's applicable to anyone that's leasing a property, right? There are sort of framework and such that you need to abide by and stay within. Didn't quite answer my question, but.
Okay, sorry, maybe.
No, it's okay. So I would just say to you, if you could take it back to the ops folks, to the extent it's not an issue, obviously just, you don't need to say anything, but I think allowing pets for some of the folks that have been living on the street, obviously that's their companion.
Pets are definitely allowed.
Okay, that's
now,
where.
now, there are limitations on those pets, of course.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. I think the point's made, but I hope obviously the housing department, you all are watching that closely. I think it's important. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks for the question. I think that looks like it. Thank you for the staff report and the education on the tax-exempt bonds. Thank you to Charities for the work that you're doing in the community. Tony, let's vote. Okay.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great. Thanks, everybody. All right. We're on to item 6.1, amendments to the Muni Code Title II and Title 26 and Council Policy 1-23 involving our energy risk management policy. We have a presentation. Welcome. And Lori, whenever you all are ready, feel free to jump in.
Great. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Lori Mitchell. I'm the Director of Community Energy, and I'm very pleased today to be joined by Zach Strike, our Assistant Director, and Prachya Vanchi. She's our Division Manager for Risk Management. So this item is regarding some amendments to our municipal code as well as our energy risk management policy. So just as background, Title 26 was last approved in November of 2017, and it establishes the requirements for operating San Jose Clean Energy, which include both rate setting as well as how we procure power. In 2018, the Council approved our energy risk management policy, which sets requirements and mitigation strategies to manage risk from participating in wholesale energy markets. And then our risk management regulations, which are approved by a risk oversight committee, set the risk management roles, strategy, controls, and authorities to form a comprehensive risk management program. So after 5 years of being in operations, we are recommending several amendments to both the municipal code as well as our energy risk management policy. And these recommendations are to align with utility best practices, improve efficiency, reduce risks, and maintain competitive rates. So as an overview, our proposed recommendations regarding the procurement authority, one of the main changes we're recommending is to remove the authority of the director to enter into short-term agreements for up to $500,000 a day. This authority we've actually never used because it's a best practice to buy energy in forward markets, not in the day ahead in real time. So instead, what we have done is we have come to council often several times a year to obtain this authority to buy power. So instead, we're recommending that we replace that with authority that requires us to obtain council approval for all long-term agreements, and so those are 10 years or more, and we anticipate that that will be at least 65% of the power portfolio as required by state law. And then we're recommending that the city manager is authorized to enter into both short and medium-term contracts. Short-term are 3 years and less, and medium-term is 3 to 10. And that the city manager is authorized to enter into master purchase and sale agreements. These agreements define the terms of a future transaction, but they don't obligate us to buy or sell power. And then finally, we recommend that the director has authority to enter into short-term agreements for power, which is 3 years and less. And these recommendations are consistent with electric utility best practices to buy power in the forward markets and not in the day ahead in real time. It improves our operational efficiency and reduces risks, and it ensures that the department always does have the authority that we need to purchase this power in advance. The other area where we're recommending changes is around rate setting. So as you know, our rates compete with PG&E. And the CPUC does not limit the IOU's number of rate changes per year. So as an example, last year, PG&E adjusted their rates 5 times. As you also know, the council approved our rates to move to cost of service back in December of last year. And so now our rates for the first time are not set in relation to PG&E's rates. They're set to recover our costs and build financial reserves. And importantly, all customers are now getting about a 2 to 3% discount from the PG&E rate. That is great progress. However, we recognize that we may need a rate that is pegged to PG&E in the future. For example, in 2021, we offered a product called Green Value, which was priced at the same as PG&E and provided higher renewable content, while other products were priced more expensive and also had higher renewable content. And so our recommendations are really to maintain flexibility as well as financial stability and continue to provide competitive rates in the future. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Zach, who will walk through the details.
Good afternoon, Zach Strike, Assistant Director in Community Energy. So one of the measures we're recommending is to remove provisions limiting the number of rate increases per year. The reason for that is that we don't intend, we've generally set rates annually, but if there were a disruption in the market or a significant regulatory change that increased our costs or reduced our revenue, we would need to move quickly to adjust and recover costs. The second recommendation is to amend requirements for sending notice of rate hearings from 30 to 45 days to 15 days. Again, although our rates are no longer directly set in comparison to PG&E, we are always very conscious of what those rates are. And when PG&E sets their rates or the added fees, including the power charge indifference adjustment or PCIA, often we get very little visibility on that until those come into play. So by shortening the notice time, it gives us that much more time to make reasoned recommendations for council and posting in our memo recommendations. Last, we will begin to post notice of rate changes on a website and at City Hall no less than 15 days before a rate hearing. And again, as Lori said, this is all about improving our financial stability and timely cost recovery while maintaining transparency in our rate setting. The last class of recommendations is around billing and payments. So one, we are recommending to make late charges, to suspend those actually, and to make discretionary, sorry, that's not the best word, but returning customers to PG&E. So to date, we have not done that. You will recall we launched in February 2019 and intended to, after 1 year of operations, see how things were going, and then COVID hit and there were no disconnections and things like that. So we're in the process of coming around, and we'll return to council later this year with recommendations for a formal policy as to how we'll handle returning customers to PG&E for non-payment. We're also recommending to increase to 90 days from what is written today as 30 days for customers to bring their accounts current before needing to return them to PG&E. So again, this is all about giving customers more flexibility and resources and notifying them of the help that's out there as they recover from these economic impacts of the pandemic.
And with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you for the presentation. Let's go to public comment first.
Blair Beekman?
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thank you a lot for this item. It sounds like there's two components to this item. That one is around billing issues that I hope I wish yourselves good luck with and try to address. I'm not fully understanding it, but I think you have good intentions. Thank you. The ideas of the other part of this item to give the sort of power to the city manager you're currently offering, I find a bit questionable. I understand the importance that you need city manager's office for study session details. For them to have an approval process in an emergency setting also seems important. But overall, I really think we have to consider concepts of this as how, you know, in the importance of a community energy future, a city manager's role can be more of a advice level, more than actual policy making. I find it very fearful that you want to set that sort of precedent and standard for what we all understand to be the future of community energy. And you guys should be talking in those terms and when you're going to talk about this subject afterwards. I'm disappointed. I think you're going the wrong way. You're turning this into a bureaucratic process way over the top that you shouldn't be, that we really have to be considering how to invite the community more to the process, and for the community's decision-making to be the factors of how we move forward with our energy future. And you're just going to keep this more and more away from the everyday public and put this in a small bureaucratic pigeonhole for a specialized group. And it's very nervous to me that you're doing this. Please consider these things, and thank you.
Back to council.
Thank you, Tony. Councilor Foley.
Great, thank you for the presentation and the update ordinance. And I, for one, actually am happy to see the changes you're recommending regarding coming back to us on a regular basis. Every time you come back to us, you request to brief with us, which is great. I love that opportunity. But every time it's the same thing. So I love the idea of giving you the discretion within a certain level of funding to be able to do that within your powers and authority. So I'm all for that. I do have a question for you regarding the late charges, and the term discretionary has kind of triggered me a little bit, because when I hear discretionary, does it mean that you're going to make the decision whether a late charge is imposed for Mr. Smith or Mr. Jones, or is it global and then you're going to bring that back to us? Can you explain first of all, can you explain if late charges have been collected at all, and whether the intent is to waive late charges in the future? And will that come back to council?
Yeah, very good questions, Councilmember. So to date, we have not charged late charges. It's not something that we expect to do, but something, you know, it's nice to have the flexibility in the municipal code if council approves them to be able to do that in the future. Mostly that would be if PG&E started to charge them, or we saw some need to be able to do that. We don't see that right now. But in terms of flexibility, what we're really recommending is flexibility on returning customers back to PG&E for non-payment. Right now, the municipal code requires us to do that after 30 days of them getting behind. As Zach explained, we have not done that because of the pandemic and the moratorium on customer disconnection. And so, you know, now that we're recovering from the pandemic, you know, we're recommending these changes to the municipal code, but in parallel, we're working with our finance department on a collections policy and a late charge policy that will come forward for council consideration in the future and likely in the fall.
Oh, okay, great.
But a late charge, just to be very, very clear, a late charge would always be approved by council.
Okay. Yeah. So, and to be clear, the ordinance does say may be charged, not will be charged. So I
Correct.
like that language is good for me. And I like the 90 days. So so I understand, a customer is with PG&E, they decide to come to us, they're late with PG&E. We are supposed to charge them a late charge, or?
Yeah, no, so our customers were automatically enrolled in our program,
Right.
mostly. So what the municipal code says is if they get more than 30 days past due, we're supposed to opt them out, essentially return them to PG&E service, so they wouldn't be a customer of ours anymore. As Zach explained, we launched in 2019 very quickly. The pandemic started. And so we made the decision to not return customers to PG&E. So we haven't done that to date, but we are out of compliance with the municipal code. And so as we're recommending revisions here, we think it's appropriate to clean this up and have the department have more discretion on returning a customer back to PG&E, as well as work with our finance department on a policy for that, on collecting those past due amounts, and of course rate setting, and late charges would always be approved by City Council.
Thank you. And to the finance question, if we are not collecting late charges or haven't historically collected late charges, there's no impact to the budget yet, because you're not projecting any lost revenue from not collecting the late charges. Is that correct?
That's correct, although we do have, some past due accounts. I don't know, Zach, if you want to talk to that in more detail.
Sure, bad debt. You have some, yeah.
Yes, and we have an allowance that's in our forecast and on our financial statements. That's right.
But not related to
Late charges,
the late
no.
charges. Okay.
Correct.
Great, thank you. That's all the questions I have, and I will move approval.
Second.
Okay, second from Councilmember Jimenez. Thank you, Councilmember Foley, and we are on to Councilmember Cohen.
Just one quick question. On the slide that talks about the changes of entering into agreements, it says that the city manager will have the authority to enter into medium-term and short-term agreements. Then also talks about the director of community energy has the authority to enter into short-term agreements. So typically, I assume what you're saying is that for most short-term agreements, you wouldn't even go to the city manager for the approval?
Yeah, I mean, typically what we contemplated is typical operations. The director would approve short-term, but we think it's very important for the city manager to also have that approval in the event that there is an operational need for that.
So it's that sort of redundancy in case that there's a need and the director isn't available or can't do the.
Right.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay. And sorry, just out of curiosity, of the authority that you would now have in your discretion, what percentage, if you said this, roughly what percentage of power does that comprise?
Yeah, so going forward, the short term is a much smaller percentage of the portfolio. At the beginning of our launch, it was a higher percentage because we were starting from nothing.
Sure.
Now we have the portfolio a little more built out, many more long-term agreements in there, and so we anticipate short-term to be between 5 to 15%. It depends on the percentage of medium term that we also contract for, and that's all dependent on the prices we're seeing in the market and which one is more advantageous.
Yeah, makes sense. Great, thank you. Okay, not seeing any other hands, so let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. So we are on to item 6.2, amendment to the Muni Code to establish a climate advisory commission, and we do have a presentation.
Thank you. Carrie Romanow, Director of Environmental Services, joined by Julie Benavente, Deputy Director with ESD, and Zach Strike, Assistant Director with Community Energy. As Lori and Zach just mentioned, community energy's been around for several years now. And as you may recall, when we first initiated San Jose Clean Energy, we wanted a bit of community oversight. I think that's gotten us off to a good start. And then as we broadened our environmental goals, there was some suggestion from Councilmember Cohen that having more community involvement in our climate smart activities would also have significant community benefit, not only in outreach, but also in helping ensure that we live our commitment to the Good Life 2.0 as articulated in Climate Smart San Jose, meaning that we deliver programs and policies and generally move in the direction that our community wants us to and is supportive of. And so we've come up with a new framework that both departments, including the Departments of Transportation and Planning, Building, Code Enforcement, also have had a voice in this as they are key stakeholders in all things climate smart. So with that, I'll turn it over to Julie, Julie and Zach, I think, to dive us into the presentation, and I look forward to your questions.
So as Carrie mentioned, Climate Smart was adopted in 2018, and our pathway to carbon neutrality by 2030 was adopted in 2022. And it focused our efforts on transportation, buildings, and our power source. City Council approved the formation of San Jose Clean Energy in 2017, and the Clean Energy Community Advisory Commission at that same time, or the CCAC. The CCAC provides guidance on San Jose Clean Energy services, planning, and programs. In June 2022, we received the council direction on establishing a climate commission. That direction also included key provisions to on what kind of scope was included in the commission, as well as the composition and direction on merging with the CCAC and allowing CCAC members to serve out the remainder of their terms. And just a little bit of background on the CCAC itself. There are 9 seats in that commission. 8 are currently occupied. 5 of those members expire at the end of 2025, and 3 expire at the end of 2023. The members in the CCAC can include 6 members from the public, with expertise in areas like community outreach, policy advocacy, and also representation from industry, labor, education, and advocacy groups. It also includes 3 members of the public, ideally who live and work in San Jose. Staff presented the Climate Advisory Commission concept to the CCAC and to the public for input. Invitees included local nonprofits and community-based organizations, business associations, environmental and technical organizations, neighborhood associations, and the general public. There's generally support for the city to establish the Climate Advisory Commission, with feedback including ensuring that San Jose residents were represented on the commission and increasing the number of commissioners from what was originally proposed. Based on that community input received, the proposed composition of the new commission includes 5 community representatives from throughout San Jose, 1 youth representative, 3 technical experts, 1 climate, environmental advocacy, or community-based organization representative, and 1 labor, business, or educational organization representative. The new commission is proposed to include, similar to the CCAC, 2 terms up to 4 years each, which can be staggered. It was recommended to have quarterly meetings, and that the recruitment and vetting would occur through the city's Council Appointment Advisory Commission, aligned with Council Policy 0-4. The Environmental Services Department will lead this new commission, and because we need to bring topics and respond to the Climate Advisory Commission's inquiries effectively, the commission will be co-led by the following departments: Community Energy, Environmental Services, Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement, and Transportation. In terms of the proposed scope for the commission would focus on our climate smart initiatives, our pathway to carbon neutrality by 2030 focus, and our climate adaptation efforts. The commission would provide feedback on staff recommendations to the City Council and the Transportation and Environment Committee, serve as the community's voice in matters related to those areas I mentioned, and advise on San Jose Clean Energy's services, product offerings, integrated resource plan, and programs. So our staff recommendation is to approve an ordinance which would establish the commission and merge it with the Clean Energy Community Advisory Commission effective January 1st, 2024. Thanks. If approved, then the next steps would be to open up applications through the for the Climate Advisory Commission, to come back to council for approval of members, and then to launch the commission as of January 2024. And we'll open up for questions.
Great, thank you. Let's go to the public first.
Victor Niemeyer, Ruth Moreno, and Linda Hutchins-Knowles. Whoever gets to the microphone first, it doesn't have to be in the same order. So again, that's Victor, Ruth, and Linda. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Vic Niemeyer. I'm a member of the commission. I'm not speaking for the commission. The concern I have is that this is a step in the wrong direction. It's emerging, it's in a sense watering down. I see San Jose Clean Energy as a pretty serious business, $400 million a year revenue. It has a fairly risky business model. You're signing 30-year contracts worth billions when you don't really have a lock on the customers. The utility business itself is really complicated. The CAC has tried to provide guidance. Many other other public utilities have independent boards that sort of give the council, who are ultimate decision makers like you, sort of independent review of the decisions coming from staff. It seems sort of unhealthy to me that your sources of information are the same people that are making the recommendations to you. I have great respect for the staff. I've worked with them. I'm in the business. These guys are sharp as can be, and they're straight up, but that's here and now. And for the long term, it seems worth considering forming an independent board that would be well informed, that would have its own initiative on what it was looking at, not just passively, and that you ask the commission that exists now to work with the staff to give a proposal to you that you could consider at some future date, just as this very meeting or this very session was essentially launched by a memo last June to ask the staff to come back with a proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan, members of the City Council. My name is Ruth Marino, and I'm here representing San Jose Community Energy Advocates. We are a volunteer community group that successfully advocated for the establishment of San Jose Clean Energy. I'm here today in support of the Climate Advisory Commission. For the past 15 years, beginning with the Green Vision in 2007, San Jose has been at the forefront in addressing climate change. We believe the commission will provide vital input and vital community input and expert input to San Jose Clean Energy and the Climate Smart Plan. San Jose has accomplished a lot, but there's a lot more work to do. One other comment that we would like to make, though, is we thank, of course, the staff for their excellent work on this, and, of course, you, the City Council. But we do ask that, and we sent a letter to you asking for clarification of what a community representative is, because later on in future years, the nominating commission will make nominations to you. And there's one of the categories is community representative, and I'm not sure, it also talks about community members, so we want to just make sure
what does that mean? Is it, if it's just a community member, just say that in the ordinance. So we urge your yes vote on this today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan, Vice Mayor Kamei, City Council members and staff. My name is Linda Hutchins-Knowles. I am the co-founder and team coordinator of Mothers Out Front Silicon Valley. We're a grassroots group of over 2,000 local supporters, part of a national movement of mothers and others mobilizing for a livable climate for all children. We are really appreciative of staff's efforts to expand community engagement and recognize Councilmember Cohen for your efforts in establishing this commission. We think it's a good idea to have a commission that will help to implement the Climate Smart Plan. Along with Ruth, who just spoke, Mothers Out Front did submit 2 letters, one yesterday with some concerns, similar to the first speaker, that there's an awful lot for this commission to do. San Jose Clean Energy is a very important enterprise that requires a lot of skill and a lot of technical expertise. And the commission is going to have a lot of responsibility with all of the strands of the Climate Smart Plan. So we support the commission. We feel that if you decide to combine the two, that you should do what Councilmember Cohen recommended in his memo, to meet at least bi-monthly. Quarterly meetings will be insufficient. And second, we would like you to do a training, have staff do a training for the new commissioners to educate them about all the areas that they need to know about with San Jose Clean Energy, as well as the Climate Smart Plan, to kind of bring them up to base level knowledge. So we do support the commission. We hope you will approve it, and do give consideration if there's an adequate amount of knowledge and time to execute both responsibilities in one body. Thank you.
Blair.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Some really nice public comment on this item. Thank you. We're talking about the future of what is called community energy. Really consider that term and what we're trying to do in the future. Community energy. The community process does not be overrun by the future of San Jose City government. You've gotten some nice suggestions today that I hope, as part of the process, we listen to each other and take advice and understand what the community feels is the important direction of community energy. Ruth Moreno, she's been in city government in San Jose for a long time, and she has approved of this group, what they're doing. Mothers Out Front has approved. Ruth Moreno asked, there seems to be a language that kind of like voices as a bit second class. And we really, I can't stress it enough, what the importance of a community energy is. And so I understand that you are kind of consolidating, groups right now. So you're putting the power of the voice of the community into the hands of the city manager's office because you're a bit afraid of community power right now, the community voice. I hope with time, I hope in the next 5 years, we can really settle into a return to that community voice. I thought we should be working on that now, but this is going to set that back a bit. Maybe 5 years. In 5 years' time, can you start openly talking about these conversations to prepare for that community energy future instead of an energy future run by bureaucrats? Thank you.
Excuse me, back to council.
Thank you, Tony. Just before I turn to my colleagues, I do want to just raise this question that we heard from a couple of the in-person commenters, and I'll preface this by saying I'm very supportive of the idea of having a citizen commission that is focused on our climate smart plan more holistically. I think Councilmember Cohen's direction here makes sense for us as a city, so I'm very supportive of that. However, having served on the Clean Energy Commission myself and having some sense of the complexity of just energy markets, utilities, the changes that are happening in this space, I actually do share the concern that was referenced by at least 2 of our 3 in-person speakers here, that there's a tremendous amount of complexity. And I really want to hear from staff more of a rationale for why. While I understand we don't want to staff, it's hard to staff more citizen commissions. you know, when I look at the special requirements here and the proposed composition of the committee, the very tension that was referenced, which I'm worried about, I see reflected here. We're saying one representative from labor, business, or an educational institution. It's kind of interesting. Typically, we say at least one rep from business and labor so we can hear a productive dialogue between the two because their interests aren't always aligned. But here we're saying, well, we got a lot going on here, so one from labor or business. Or technical expertise, 3 technical experts, but clean energy, power planning, transportation, finance, climate science, planning and building, environmental law. So which ones are we going to have expertise in? Because when you look at our Climate Smart plan, it is so comprehensive that it's great to have citizen input at the level of the community across all of those things. But if we imagine a body that's going to give any technical insight and where we're going to get any kind of, for lack of a better term, domain expertise or industry expertise and any kind of potential oversight capacity, it's just a very different kind of body. And I understand we sort of had this tension with the CCAC already. It wasn't set up explicitly to be an oversight body. But, you know, you have San Francisco and LA, which actually have utility commissions. So I'm curious, what are we optimizing for here? How are you thinking about these trade-offs? Why is this one body? I get the idea that we want to have citizens involved in the overall implementation of our Climate Smart plan. I think we probably all agree with that. But is this an implementation? What are we giving up here? And how are you thinking about those trade-offs?
That's a big question.
It is.
I'm going to
start.
start.
Yeah.
I'm going to start, and then either Zach or Lori can build on that. You know, when we started San Jose Clean Energy, we started it before we even finished Climate Smart because it was evident what a key role San Jose Clean Energy and having control over our power mix had in not just reducing the carbon for the powering our community, but also its ability to deliver programs that would enable the community to trade out their furnaces, to trade out air conditioners, to move to EVs. So getting that nexus into how we set rates and when we need to move on programs is really important. If we only look at the financial structure of our power mix, then we're kind of missing the reason we started it, right? So getting the utility financially stable it was super important in the beginning, and now we need to really say to deliver on Climate Smart San Jose, we need those programs to start. So we don't want one body that's just spending all the money creating programs, right? And then the utility's bankrupt. But then we don't want it the other way where we're a penny less than PG&E, but we have no programs. So getting that balance together, we thought made sense in one forum.
Let me jump in there. So to me, the energy program is a self-contained enterprise, multi-$100 million a year enterprise. So is our airport. Airport's complex. We have an airport commission. The utility is running a multi-$100 million business. Now it generates some what is basically net revenue that we can use on programming that could fit into one of many buckets in Climate Smart. I actually think it would be very logical to have a very well-run utility with some oversight and input from experts, technical experts, where some of those revenues get then put into a pot for a citizen commission focused on Climate Smart to then think about how to program those dollars. So I'm not quite understanding, as an answer to the question, why we should roll these all into one, or I don't think you acknowledge the trade-off for what we may be losing there in terms of the technical insight and potential oversight.
So we also run a wastewater facility that is managed under the city infrastructure that has more revenue than San Jose Clean Energy, right? So there's a lot of different ways to get at it, not just the airport model, not just the PG&E model, but a foundational principle of starting up a CCA was to get local control over those programs. So just like PG&E has programs, San Jose Clean Energy is now at the point where they're financially ready to start making choices around programs, and we want to make sure that those are aligned with our goals in San Jose Clean Energy.
Yeah, I'm not debating that. I don't think I don't think those are at all mutually exclusive unless you force it all into one commission, in which case you are forcing a real trade-off in terms of who serves on that limited body and what perspective
So I
they
think
bring.
I'm choosing all the right words, and Lori's gonna jump in now.
Yeah, thank you so much, Carrie. I think it's a really good point. It's really important to align our operations with Climate Smart, but I also hear you and the public comments around making sure that there's also public input on our operations. So just to clarify, the main items that we take to the commission now are our rates, our power supply mix, our integrated resource plan, which defines what types of renewable contracts we're going to enter into and take forward to council over the next 20 years, as well as our customer programs. And we still expect to bring all of those items to this new climate commission. So we are not.
So let me stop you there. That's why I'm concerned, because everything you just listed, I served on the commission for 2 years.
Right.
Those are very complex topics.
Right.
Right? Do you acknowledge that those are incredibly complex to understand the market, to understand what resource adequacy is? So when I see the composition here, and that we're also going to expect this body to have maybe expertise in planning and building, or transportation, or other, or climate adaptation, or all the other things that fit within our climate. So our Climate Smart plan is like this, right? It's very wide. It's across many industries, many things we do at the city, many areas of society. And then we've got this deep vertical around, we're running a multi-$100 million energy program. And so that's what I'm trying to reconcile here is, you're going to still bring the resource adequacy plan and the rate setting and all the things you just listed, which I had a hard time fully understanding when the commission was only focused on the energy utility. And now we're saying we're going to actually broaden it out to be about everything under Climate Smart. We're going to talk about all these topics, but we're still going to bring all the deep technical issues that we were already bringing to the CCAC. And what I'm wondering is, did staff consider having two bodies, one that preserves more technical expertise around the energy utility and resource adequacy and rates and all the complex topics you just listed that you still plan to bring, and a separate body that has much more community representation, that really has an eye toward the equitable programming that we want to provide and the investments we need to make in our underserved neighborhoods, and is thinking very deeply about how to program any of those extra dollars to meet our Climate Smart plan. And why didn't we go that route is what I'm wondering. Because to me, there's a lot of complexity to what you just listed, and I don't see how the list of people on this board is going to be in a better position to provide feedback than what we've got today. In fact, I think it's going to be worse.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mayor, for those comments. I think it is something we considered. It's not something that we're recommending due to staff resources and the ability to staff two separate commissions. And so the council direction was to consider a climate commission. And, we do think there's a lot of overlap between the items that we currently take to our Clean Energy Advisory Commission, and we think we can get some efficiency there. I will say I agree with you. Obviously, our operations are highly technical, and there's a lot of community input that we do ask from that commission, and it's really important that we get that input. I will say it has evolved over the years, though, to really those four main items are integrated resource plan, which only is updated every 2 years, as well as our rate setting, which we are trying to get on an annual basis for that. There's a regulatory and legislative update, which also has a lot of overlap with climate. And so ultimately, our recommendation is to combine them, but, definitely understand your concerns here about diluting it. That certainly wasn't our intention.
Yeah, I guess I just would want to understand, and I will turn to my colleagues in a moment here, if we move forward with combining them, which I do have some real concerns about as expressed, what is the training that's provided to be able to now hit some things where you got real deep verticals with complexity and a lot of, to give meaningful input, you got to have a fair bit of training and background or existing expertise, and then also be able to do kind of the wider set of the different investments we want. Are we going to be doing special training, or how are we going to make this work if we're rolling all this into one commission?
Lori, do you guys do training now?
We had speakers come in on a pretty regular basis and provide very detailed presentations. Yes.
Yeah, we do some. It's evolving. I think we're learning, and what we've heard from some recent commissioner additions is that there could be more, and that maybe those could be offline or outside. But yes, we do some orientation, but a lot of it is learning on the job, in fairness.
Yeah. Well, when I was there, I remember we benefited from folks with 30 years of experience in the industry. We had one gentleman from NASA. I mean, we had some people who had thought about these issues for decades and were scientists. So I worry about taking the scientists and the mathematicians and the 30-year industry experts along with the neighborhood leader who's going to talk about, hey, we want access to EVs and bioswales and nicer parks, and we want to plant more trees. And I'm failing to understand how this is all going to work well in one big body called climate, because there's a lot to climate, just, to be clear. Okay, I've made my point. Councilor Cohen?
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank staff and provide a little perspective on this discussion as well. And I appreciate the question because I do think it's a valid question, and I think the conversation has to happen. And it's one of the reasons why I wrote the memo this morning. As I said in the memo, it made no sense to take something and add to it and then reduce the frequency of meetings. So I hope that we'll agree to start with bi-monthly and then evaluate as we go forward. Do we need more? Do we need less? Is the size of this commission appropriate? It's one of my questions. I was going back to the memo. So I will say, Councilmember Foley, myself, and Vice Mayor Jones wrote the memo last June that this action was based on. So I want to thank you, first of all, for following the direction Council gave you on how to set up this commission. The item 2 on that memo did say to merge the two together. So you're following the direction Council gave you on this item. Now, Council gave you that direction because, if I recall correctly, we had meetings about what could we do, how would it work, and it was recommended to us that you felt better combining the commissions, and so we took that recommendation. We did not, maybe unfortunately, have the detailed conversation last June, which would have been an appropriate place for us to say, hey, maybe we shouldn't combine these commissions, and we should have discussed that then. But what you've come forward with us now does follow the recommendations the Council gave you. One thing we didn't specify, I mean, almost everything in here is followed on your recommendation about what kinds of membership there should be on the commission. In fact, community representatives was the phrase on our memo. It's now being asked what that means, and we can ask for a little clarification, although I think I understand what we intended. But one thing that wasn't on here was how big should the commission be? What is the right number of people? And in my mind, I think part of the concern that the mayor's raising and that we might think about is, given all the complexities and the various technical needs required, the size is where the adjustments maybe need to be made in terms of how many people. Obviously, as you get too big, it's harder to manage a commission, but if you have a lot of different need, you might want to have a broader set of expertise on the commission. So I guess I'll just ask the question. I mean, I know you did a study about what other cities have on their commission and tried to come up with some sort of mean, but how did you decide on this number?
Yeah, so we looked at, and I think it was part of the attachment, a number of cities and just seeing kind of what was occurring in other cities with similar commissions, but also looking at our own city commissions and how those were framed up. We originally brought, I think, a lesser number forward, actually, and based on stakeholder input, we increased that number, in particular in the community representative area, to allow for broader participation there. And then we also did confer with the city clerk's office just in terms of, I don't know if it's an official restriction on how many you can get, but we understood 13 was kind of a max, because you also have to think about quorum and then just being able to manage, right, the number of participants. So that's how we arrived at the 11.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm sorry, maybe, Tony, did you have anything to add to that?
No, I mean, we already had a lot of meetings. There's no limit, but we do know that the larger a commission gets, the more difficult it is to get applicants, to get appointments, to get quorum. So we just provided some guidelines, but there is no hard and fast rule.
Thanks, just wanted to make sure we didn't misquote you.
Okay, thank you. And the community representative piece, the intention is that these will not necessarily be people with certain requirements from the others, but would be members of the public that are out of 5 different districts. Is that basically the only criteria in that category?
That's correct.
Okay. And as far as the combination, I remember the conversation. Plus, I think Carrie does articulate it well. we've reached a level of maturity of the clean energy department that I think there was a feeling that the clean energy program can operate with a different kind of structure now than it had when we started, but also that the synergy and alignment between the goals of climate smart and clean energy was significant enough that it was important that the group together was talking all in the same direction and rowing in the same direction when it comes to setting those priorities and goals. And that was at least the argument that was made. Is that a fair way of saying it?
That's my recollection, yes.
Yeah, thank you. And then the only question I think at this point, given what we've put into this and that where we're moving forward, it makes sense to move forward and proceed, but perhaps we want to consider having some ability to reevaluate reassess some point after the first period of time, how it's working, what the loads are on that commission, and what might need to be done to adjust what we do. I don't know that we can quickly make up that adjustment right here in this meeting. I'd like to proceed, but I would like to allow us to put in some kind of feedback mechanism for the council to decide, do we need to make an adjustment?
Just before you, I'm imagining you're heading toward a motion, Councilmember. I'm curious to your point about the composition, the size. Was there any consideration given of a subcommittee to focus on community investments or somehow breaking up some of the work here?
Mayor Mahon, we did not get to that level of thought. We thought consolidating it would get us to the right kind of mix of opinions. But one of the other things we have contemplated is how we might have a study session or two, ideally two, during the year, so that we're able to update you and it kind of helps us prepare information to share with the commission, make sure we're getting feedback on the broader initiatives, and that would also give us some additional feedback. I think Lori had something to add too.
Yeah, no, I think those are really good points. Just as a reminder, the next area where the council would weigh in on this, I agree with Carrie, we hadn't gotten that far, but the commission has an approved work plan that goes to T&E both in the spring and the fall. And so that would be a next step once the commission is formed, is to do that first work plan, and that would come to the Transportation and Environment Committee, and that's where the council could make changes or accept the recommendation of that work plan.
So I guess I'll just suggest that as we bring that work plan back to T&E, that includes a report about, feedback on how, from the commission and from you, about how that commission's working and what managing it is like. And I know there was also a concern about staff time to manage the body. With a different focus, and the more bodies, the more potential budgetary impacts there are in terms of needing to staff that. So let's have that. Let's start up this commission, I think, under the proposal, but keep in mind that at least twice next year, the T&E and the council will have an opportunity to discuss the work plan. If we need to refer it to council, we can do that. So I'll make a motion to accept the staff report with my memo added to it.
I'll second that. Okay, second from Candelas, and go to Councilmember Dwan.
Councilmember Cohen, you want to ask me about bi-monthly meant twice a month, or is it once every 2 months? And I just like to return the favor and ask the same clarification.
And I looked up the word last night because it does confuse me that there's a word that means both.
Yes.
But semi-monthly always means twice a month. Bi-monthly can mean either, but my intention is to do bi-monthly every other month.
Thank you.
Talk about staff time. Twice a month would be tough. Okay, Councilmember Batra.
When I met with the staff to have this discussion about the commission merging, I'm glad that they have responded to what the requirement was or what the instruction were from the council last year. But I had the same concerns, Mayor, what you have shown here, that we are merging these commissions. The feedback from the commissioners, at least some of them, who have come and talked to me, they've expressed their desire to get even more deeply involved with it and have more stuff to study on and be able to give an input on. So when I saw the recommendation, which was merge these two things and reduce the frequency, I do see the concern here about the staff optimization time. And I did go and speak to Council Member David Cohen yesterday about the same concern. He immediately jumped on the idea of that the frequency needs to be not quarterly, it needs to be 2 months, okay? So he tried to address that item. But I do still hear from the public or the commissioners who are on there that they want to see more deep involvement, and also they want to be able to give more input and not sure whether they are able to give at the moment the same amount of input being as desired by them. Can you comment on it, that what is it they want to give you more, that you are not able to take it, or the time doesn't allow you to do that?
I think you all start, and then and Lori certainly knows the existing commission members. I don't know. I don't have experience with those commission members. As the four of us were looking at the most effective and efficient way to merge the two, one of the reasons we have a year look-ahead calendar was to kind of set expectations, to say, hey, these are the types of things we're thinking we would bring. Is that what council and the community is looking for, rather than just say quarterly, and maybe potential commission members were thinking we're going to do 20 topics a quarter, and the like. And so we tried to hone in on the points where we would get the opportunity to have high-level feedback on the roadmaps and the planning, and then the rates from the commission members, rather than individual items as they come to council, so that we would be charting our course, getting feedback from the commission if that made sense or not. We landed on 4, as has been previously mentioned, simply to not have to add staff to do so. So commission members rightfully have questions for staff, and they want us to respond to them, and we want to have the time to engage with them. But the more frequently we meet, the more likely it is that we're going to need additional staff to do that.
Well, I think if you need additional staff, if the input and the interaction is worthwhile, then it's a cost of doing business, okay? Then you need additional staff, then that would be the request. Yeah. It would not be the request that we not take the input, because you are trying to engage them. So I think if your point is that, hey, with current staff, the amount of input we are getting, it's good enough. We don't need any more. We don't need to invest any more time. But if there is more worthwhile input to be gotten and the people are willing to give it, then I think your request should be to ask for more staff, okay? So that would be my comment on it. Certainly, Councilman Cohen has already picked up that we want to have the frequency to be more than the quarterly, because even the public is feeling that you will not have enough chances to be able to get the right input and be able to run things by. You've asked permission to have more frequent changes to your rates, okay? Even though you're saying you do it only one time a year, but you have asked freedom to be able to do it as often as you think you need them. And hence, it's not only once a year input any longer. So I'm okay in whichever way you want to go on this thing, but I do want you to consider that the public wants to give you more input. If that input is worthwhile, then please ask for the commission to be structured differently or more staff to be assigned. But you evaluate whether their input was worthwhile having more what they want to give you, okay?
Thank you for suggesting that. If I could suggest, maybe let's give it a go in January with the frequency that Councilmember Cohen is suggesting, and then this time next year, if we feel like we're struggling to keep up, then bring forward a budget request to add staff next fiscal year. I'm a pretty frugal person, and so I don't necessarily want to say, let's add a bunch of staff, and maybe we don't need them. So, although Julie tells me we will, but you know, maybe that's a good compromise.
Yes, so now I will support your proceeding forward and the frequency which has been suggested, which we discussed yesterday and agreed that that probably is better than the quarterly or whatever you used to have before. So I'll support that. Okay.
Thanks, Councilmember. Just before we vote, I just want to go back to this topic for one more moment and ask the question from a different angle. At what point does the size, significance of the utility side of things specifically get to the point where it makes sense to have some kind of public utility commission or something? We see other cities that have bodies that are just focused on the operation of the utility, whether they're a governance body, whether with elected officials or not, whether they're just providing oversight. But I mean, at what point is that called for, and why? If we're not there yet, what would be the trigger for that? Because this body, as I take it's going in a very different direction.
Yeah, I don't know that's a great question, Mayor. I don't know that it's necessarily related to size so much as just government structure and the organization. So you are correct in San Francisco. I know that very well. They have a San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. That commission is appointed by the mayor. They are mayoral appointees there, and that is the governing body for the power, the water, and the wastewater utility there in San Francisco. So that is one structure that works. LA has a similar structure, and LADWP, their municipal utility, also has a public utility commission that is appointed by the mayor, and that is their governing body. There are many municipal utilities that the governing body is the city council, which is our structure. Palo Alto is like that, so is Santa Clara. SMUD is a slightly different model. That's a large municipal utility in the Sacramento area where their board is elected, and so they're elected officials. So, there's a couple of different flavors of it, but, I don't know that it's necessarily a size factor.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I asked because one of the things I valued about the CCAC in my experience, and it was the level of expertise some of the members had and the kinds of questions they could ask and insights they could offer from their experience in industry. I worry that with everything on our plates, expecting the city council to actually play that role, frankly, is pretty hard. I think it's asking a lot. It's not impossible. We do it to the best of our ability, but there are so many issues with so much complexity that we oversee that I worry that we are kind of going in this other direction here and maybe losing a little bit of that. And I have not yet seen us on the council go into nearly the level of depth that we did in the commission, which I think says something. So it is just, I think, worth bearing in mind as you think about what the mission of this body is, because it can't be everything. It's covering a lot of ground, which means it can't go very deep in many places. So it's just kind of a word of caution or reflection. Okay. Obviously, there's no perfect answer here. I think we should vote, and we'll move on.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you all. We're on to item 6.3, which is the Climate Smart Semi-Annual Report. And there's a presentation, and it's the same folks in the box, I think. All right, let's jump in.
Ramses is coming down. It's same plus one. So Ramses from DOT is going to join us as well.
All right.
This is the same report we provided to the Transportation and Environment Committee, and I'm particularly proud of the progress that departments across the organization have made, as well as our external stakeholders, both organizations like Valley Water, as well as our nonprofit stakeholders. So with that, I'll turn it over to Julie, but kind of exciting how fast we've made progress as a community.
Thank you, Carrie. So today we're going to give a quick background on Climate Smart. I probably don't need it at this point. Provide updates on Climate Smart core activities, community engagement programs and policies, and look at what we have in the works on the horizon. So I think I won't repeat this. You guys know about Climate Smart, our carbon neutrality goal, and our focus areas for carbon neutrality. So in the reporting period that we are here about, the city staff acquired $3.5 million in direct funding and in-kind resources to support climate smart initiatives. We also applied for over $1.7 million in external funding during the period and are waiting in some cases still. We are planning to submit another $2 million in applications in the next reporting period. And on our community outreach and engagement, just a couple of highlights. We concluded our inaugural pilot of the Go Green Teams program, which included 22 community-led Go Green teams. They completed 168 actions with 242 additional actions in progress. The team efforts resulted in 122 tons of carbon dioxide reduced and over $30,000 in utility bill savings. They utilized our Climate Smart Challenge platform to track that progress. Staff also integrated equity-based co-creation efforts as part of the Zero Emissions Neighborhood, or ZEN pilot, and the shared e-mobility services work.
Hi, Ramses Madhu, Division Manager of Planning, Policy, and Sustainability. I am really excited to be part of the Climate Smart team and help lead the DOT's efforts in this. While we did a lot of things in the last reporting period, we're just going to highlight one here, which is a huge change to council policy, where we adopted a transportation demand management ordinance and removed parking minimums from future development projects. You may have noticed every major newspaper in the country is running stories on this topic at the moment. Wall Street, or not Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post ran one in the last 2 days. We were mentioned, but not in the way I'd hoped. But anyways, this is getting a lot of notoriety across the country, and we're really happy to be part of this overall effort that's going on. It'll be coming into effect just here in a couple days. With that, I'm going to pass it over to Zach.
A couple of highlights on the topic of EV charging and zero-emission vehicles. So our California Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Project, or CalEVIP, so we're in the process of leveraging $14 million in total funding for level 2 and DC fast chargers, and that will continue through 2025. To date, I guess we're about 10% of the way there in terms of installations. I'll take the moment to call out that due to some project attrition, there is still funding available, as much as $5 million, and applications will be received until the end of June. So we will be working with your offices to do another push to try to get as much of that as we can here in San Jose. Also a reminder that last November, we came and got approval to do a couple of chargers, hubs for fast charging in low-income communities that currently do not have much charging. And a reminder that we are on the path to 100% carbon neutral power, really making great strides there. Currently, our default service is 60% renewable and about 95% carbon free. We have over $1 billion, maybe $2 billion at this point, actually, in contracts for renewable and reliability resources, and that's enough to power over 300,000 homes. And the integrated resource plan that we submitted last year and brought to council modeled that portfolio to be carbon neutral by 2030. Finally, we have energy efficiency programs funded by ratepayer funding, CPUC funding, that launched late last year, both on the residential side as well as a businesses and schools program. You can see discounts from 50 to 90%. So again, we continue, it's an ongoing push, but we'll work with your office to get another batch out there. And now I will pass to Julie.
During the reporting period, staff executed a 4-year agreement with Block Power to launch a building electrification accelerator program. And that program is intended to be a turnkey electrification services with the goal of making it easier and cheaper for residential customers to upgrade to all electric buildings and to support electrification workforce development. And the program has a target of 250 buildings and upgraded and 50 contractors trained by the end of 2025. We expect to launch that program in this calendar year and look forward to bringing more information on that to your offices. In addition to our work with Block Power on the electrification workforce development side, staff has been working with labor organizations and local, regional, and statewide organizations to leverage available resources and bring workforce development trainings to contractors working in San Jose. We've been working on a contractor list as well as a survey for outreach and just looking to schedule some of those trainings through those external organizations here. The city's building performance ordinance, which was adopted in 2018 and applies to non-residential and multifamily buildings 20,000 square feet or larger, will move into its beyond benchmarking phase in 2023 as we speak. And this phase requires the buildings to meet key performance standards or to take energy and water efficiency improvement steps. So it's a big move in that ordinance, a big phase in that ordinance. And to support these efforts, staff developed a webpage and resources and training webinars for those who have covered buildings. And then just looking ahead, I won't go over all of these items, but you can see we have a lot still coming. Several items are expected to reach milestones in the next reporting period on this slide, and there's several items that will come for City Council consideration, some of which you are hearing today. We'll go to questions.
Okay, if the presentation's done, we'll move to public comment. I have Linda.
Good afternoon again. Linda Hutchins Knowles with Mothers Out Front Silicon Valley. I want to give a huge shout out to the staff for their progress on the Climate Smart Plan and the community engagement that they've been engaging in. We really appreciate that. And also to Council for your support, as always, for Climate Smart San Jose. I'm also here to urge you to do more. I'm going to keep being a broken record and ask you to please sunset the exemption that allows gas-powered fuel cells despite our gas ban in new construction. Susan couldn't be here today, but I'm going to show you once again the tremendous amount of greenhouse gas emissions that are caused by gas-powered fuel cells. This little blue chart right here, this little square, is how many emissions, carbon dioxide equivalent, comes from San Jose Clean Energy plus diesel backup on the few days per year when there's a power outage. But this shows you how many carbon dioxide equivalent emissions come from using gas-powered fuel cells 24/7, 365. This much, and this much, and this much, and this much, and one more, this much. This is too much. And it's unnecessary because there is a very well-crafted hardship exemption in the ordinance that would allow any business that wants to have gas-powered fuel cells to apply for an exemption. And then staff could consider that and decide whether or not they really qualify for a hardship exemption. Right now, their hands are tied behind their backs. Any facility that wants to put in gas-powered fuel cells will be allowed to because of this exemption. Again, this was a special favor granted to a San Jose company that was because of backdoor influence. And it's time to sunset it. We'd like you to have the courage to say no and to move to the hardship exemption. This will also save staff's time. We were just talking about the shortage of staff time.
Thank you.
I want to finish, like I have 10 more seconds. They have to do a report on the analysis of fuel cell substitutes. Take that off their back, move to a hardship exemption, and we'll have a better, efficient use of our time.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Matthew?
Good afternoon, Mayor Mahan, City Council members and staff. My name is Matthew Tinsley, and I am Director of the Strong Start Initiative at the Santa Clara County Office of Education. On behalf of County Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Mary Ann Dewan, we would like to thank the city for their ongoing work in addressing the impact of global heating on the children and families of San Jose. Today's children will bear the burden of climate change despite being the least responsible for its causes. An equitable approach would be one that prioritizes their needs as part of the city's climate mitigation strategy. We encourage the city to include direct outreach to the over 650 licensed family childcare homes in San Jose to encourage their participation in the San Jose Energy Efficient Business Program. SCCOE's Resource and Referral Department can assist in this effort. We'd also like you to consider including a representative with expertise in the early learning and care system in the city's proposed Climate Advisory Commission. SCCOE remains ready to assist the city in any way it can, and we look forward to our ongoing partnership in this work. Thank you.
Paul?
Thank you. Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I agree with the senora that first spoke. Gordino and the deal that was made with Gordino and ex-mayor Liccardo was corrupt. It was actually disgusting. The kind of influence that that relationships are having on these policy decisions, I would ask that that particular deal be taken off the table and Gordino be made to be in compliance, just like everybody else. He's not special. There ain't nothing special about Gordino at all, other than the fact that he may have the mayor in his pocket, but that's about it. Not only that, Gordino was putting toilets right there next to Hammer and Lewis for his little turkey trot. So I got a bone to pick with him too about that. But anyways, with Climate Smart, you're going to have what you're doing is you're going to build an infrastructure, but you're going to use diesel fuel to do it. I mean, you guys are just like, I mean, seriously, you are going to claim some kind of moral authority by instituting a policy of being conscious about greenhouse gases. Oh, so we're going to electrify. You're using that logic. Marketers tell you to use that logic. All a marketer is a psychologist. That's all he is. Marketer is a mass psychologist. He understands psychology of masses of people and manipulates them through language. That's all a marketer is. And you guys consult them. They're called consultants. And so what you're doing is you're going to build a system using the diesel fuel to pollute the air in order to produce one that doesn't. I mean, come on, man. I mean, are you guys, and we're supposed to sit here with a straight face and listen to this.
Blair?
Very big thing here. For this item, my Zoom may cut out a bit. If it does, sorry, you can go on. I guess first an apology that obviously I'm a little bit lacking of knowledge of where you guys are at with the community energy and Melbourne climate smart plans. For this issue, I've learned the word.
Blair, you're cutting out where we can't really understand what you're saying.
Okay, I'll talk another time. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to council.
Thank you. All right. Let's go to Councilor Foley.
Great, thank you for the presentation. I'm really proud of the work that the city has done so far in fighting our greenhouse gas emission issues. And but I have a couple of questions, and one is in regards to the REACH code item that was supposed to be on the agenda today. It's been deferred many times and dropped. Can you give me some background as to why that was deferred and when we might see it again? Or when we might see it?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. Our intent is to come back in the fall, September, October.
Okay, can you tell me what the delay is, just to give us some ideas of what you've been working on?
Thank you. Yeah, the last several weeks, there's been a significant increase in concern from the development community. It seems that some of them weren't tracking it, didn't participate in many of the outreach activities. Staff has done significantly extra outreach over the last couple weeks, but there were still concerns that we want to make sure we get to hear them. And if we need to make any adjustments, we want to have the opportunity to bring forward something that that does reflect what the developer's interest as well as the rest of the community. So given the time of year, normally we would come back in a couple weeks, but June's a little crazy. So we thought it made sense just to let staff get developers' attention over the next couple of weeks, write the memo, and then come back in the September timeframe.
I appreciate that. So when it comes back, you'll have been able to do additional outreach for all stakeholders to get their take on what we're hoping to accomplish through the REACH codes, the modification to the REACH codes.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay, great. I'm also interested in greenhouse gas emissions as it relates to freight. And that's a huge source of GHG. Are we doing anything to track that, to reduce that? Will you be bringing that back to us to reduce the freight and impact on our environment from that?
Yes, and that is detailed in Climate Smart San Jose, where we looked at the data from all the emission sources, and Ramses is working on like 500 different things. But if you could maybe speak to particularly what we're doing for freight.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, we have a couple pilot projects that we're setting up right now. We're working actually with the Swedish Innovation House. They are bringing funds into the American market to help set up some pilots that they've been doing in Europe over here. So we're looking at a pilot that will bring electric, large-scale sort of bicycles kind of things for last mile deliveries. So creating more of a spoken hub system where you're getting the larger vehicles going to a centralized location and then using totally green vehicles from there to get the final leg of the delivery out there. So that's one pilot we're looking at. We are working with the Zen Neighborhood initiative to kind of bring all these things together in one place, right? That's the main one we're working on at the moment.
Okay, so how will the pilot work, or have you fleshed it out?
It's still in
much yet.
Thank you. Yeah, it's still in the fleshing it out phase. The main thing is actually finding a local operator who's willing to, put, and this is operational expense for them, right? Changing their business model, and delivery is actually quite a small margin market. Right, and so finding somebody who's willing to take the risk is actually the hardest part of the project right now, and that's what we're doing. Helps that they are bringing in these vehicles would be supplied for free, and there would be kind of study money involved as well.
So could be a risk, but it also could be big reward for a company who's on the ground floor of something like that.
Yeah, and that's the hope, right? And we're specifically looking at the local operators versus the national operators for that reason.
Okay, thank you. Tell me more. So my next question actually was about the Zen program. Can you tell me a little bit more about that and the hubs that you were just describing?
Yeah, so through the American Cities grant that we had received previously, we initiated this project. And during that process, we were doing a lot of surveys, trying to narrow in the neighborhood. We looked at a lot of equity components and were able to narrow into a neighborhood, a priority neighborhood in San Jose. And so after the grant ended, our staff worked to engage with the community. We're working with Project Hope, another group that's working in that neighborhood. We're working with the neighborhood association, the local school, and we actually received, and I think we detail in the memo about the grant that we received so far for implementation phase for the Zen area. But we know that there's still more implementation phases to come because that one was solely on urban greening based on the grant that we received. So now we're working with the Department of Transportation because they do have a pilot that's their staff is working on for the freight emissions. And we're hoping that with our EECBG grant that's forthcoming, we'll be able to do some building electrification in that area as well. So we're trying to use that as a place where we can kind of learn some of the issues and also just develop a really good process to be able to co-lead with the community on what kind of initiatives they want to see in their area and developing it with them and then implementing so that we can then scale that out to other neighborhoods in San Jose.
That's really exciting and great work. I look forward to seeing the results of that or an update. When do you think we might see the next update, or I assume it will go to T&E first?
We have the regular biannual or semi-annual Climate Smart updates, but we could always do something in between, an informational memo or something like that to do an update, because there has been quite a lot of work being done on that pilot.
Yeah, that would an info memo would be great. I'm not asking you to do any more work and do a presentation, another PowerPoint slide deck for us every time, but an info memo sometimes is helpful to keep us as up to date as to what's going on. With that, I will move acceptance of the report.
Second.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Just before we vote, I wanted to ask about, as you're reporting back semi-annually, which I guess for this report is every 6 months, is that fair? As you look out toward 2030 and the goal that we've set, I'm thinking about the municipal inventory you all did a few years ago, which was very informative. Is there something like that is feasible, affordable, doesn't consume all of your staff time? Is there a way for us to get an accounting of how we're doing, broken down by these key sectors? And do you have the data sources available? Is that something that we can start to report out on and visualize and see over time?
Yes, we would love to share that with you. And
Okay.
so we can bring that back in the next couple months.
Yeah, so we have every other year we do the greenhouse gas inventories. We switch off between municipal and then the community-wide one. So we have the community-wide one coming up in the next couple of months. We'll be working on that.
Oh, great.
One of the issues with it is there is a lag of information, because
Yeah.
if you can imagine all the sources that have to go into it, and so in particular, PG&E's information is like a year out, so there is a lag, but it is a really good look into how we've been progressing over the last couple of years, and we have those on our Climate Smart website, all the previous ones we've done.
Okay, great. And is it just because of timing that it's not integrated into this biannual report on our Climate Smart
We
plan?
do include it. So, for example, we did talk about the municipal inventory in this memo because we just completed that one for this previous year. So we would do, for the next update, we would have an update on the
So it would be
community.
incorporated in?
Yes,
Okay.
it would.
I guess I understand there's limited data availability and there's lag and then there's all the staff time. It would be great as we're getting our Climate Smart reports every 6 months to 12 months if we had that consistent dashboard and we could see how we're progressing and where we're lagging. I think it would just, that visualization would help us ask better questions and just sort of understand how we're tracking and what we're learning over time. But it sounds like we're kind of moving that direction.
Yeah, so I was speaking about our inventory, but we do actually also have a Climate Smart dashboard where we track all the metrics from Climate Smart, and we do update those annually as well. So those are
the ones online?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it would be great as much as possible to get those integrated into the council reports.
Thank you. And also recall that we're refreshing Climate Smart this year. And so we'll take that feedback into kind of how we update our dashboard and metrics. But that is our intent, to have at least quarterly updates to those metrics.
Great. And also incorporate some of at least the top level ones into the council presentations?
We are happy to talk as often and as in-depth as you would like.
Okay, I'm not asking for, I'm just saying when you come every 6
Just
months,
pictures?
it would be great to incorporate the charts and graphs in on how we're doing. How are we tracking toward our goals? I think having the top level view in the presentation for the council would be helpful. Which is something I've obviously been asking, for across the board on homelessness, crime, everything. Okay, awesome. Let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you. We're on to item 6.4, our climate smart natural and working lands, and we also have a staff presentation.
Yes, we're still here.
Still here. All right. Your lucky day. Get to spend the whole afternoon with us. All right.
Thank you. So we'll dive in while the presentation's being pulled up. You know, in 2018, when we brought forward Climate Smart San Jose, we at that time reached agreement that we would be bringing back an additional element, and we're admittedly bringing it back much later than we initially intended. Certainly, a global pandemic slowed us down, but also, you know, different actions in Coyote Valley and a lot of conversation about open space really had both the Open Space Authority and city staff working in a lot of different angles that supported getting us to a place where we will be the first organization to have this type of element as part of our climate plan. So we're particularly proud of the place that we landed. We feel like the environmental external stakeholders and city staff feel like we hit a nice spot that we can implement, but also it adds a little bit more thought to how we think about carbon sequestration and getting to our 2030 goals and how we build out our city. So with that, I'll turn it over to Julie to lead us through the PowerPoint.
Oh, and I just wanted to introduce Yael Kissel, who is our data person for Climate Smart. She's incredible. She does our inventories, and she also helped to lead this project, so she's here to support us.
So that means she's patient too.
So as Carrie mentioned, this topic, this natural and working lands, or NWL topic, was identified for future research and incorporation when we actually adopted Climate Smart. And we did kick off the efforts at that time. We have spent over 3 years working with the Santa Clara Valley Open Space Authority, our consultant, as well as internal and external stakeholders from most of the departments here in the city, as well as technical experts on this topic. And so during that time, we developed a technical report which identified the various natural and working lands, or I'll just use NWL strategies, and their impacts in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, as well as some co-benefits. We then worked to narrow down into an NWL element, which incorporated stakeholder input to identify the city's natural and working lands strategies, metrics for incorporation into the Climate Smart Plan. So NWL, defined very broadly, includes everything from open hillsides and farms to landscaped urban areas. But to ensure alignment with the existing general plan, and as we identified in the Climate Smart Plan, the element focuses on city-designated NWLs, which are lands in the following general plan land use designations: open hillside, agriculture, or open space, parklands, and habitat. So those three land use designations. Within San Jose, city-designated NWL can include a variety of land types, including the examples shown at the right on this slide, which are oak woodlands, wetlands, croplands, and parks. We know that NWL have the potential to store substantial amounts of carbon, but their benefits for the region don't end there. In addition to the benefits listed on this slide, such as habitat protection and flood management, restoring and protecting NWLs can help with reducing risk from fire, increasing groundwater recharge, improving air quality, reducing the impacts from extreme heat. Most NWL in San Jose are not owned or controlled by the city, but the city can support stakeholders, including landowners, other local agencies, and community-based organizations to help our community realize the benefits of NWLs. There are two primary types of NWL strategies that are incorporated into the new Climate Smart NWL element. These are land use and land management strategies. So land use strategies involve protecting city-designated NWL from development in alignment with the city's general plan. Since NWL are most located at the periphery of the city, this focus can support more concentrated development and less driving within our community. Land management strategies, which involve enhancing NWLs to increase their ability to sequester carbon and provide additional benefits, is the second strategy. The pictures on the right provide examples of 3 different types of land management strategies in the proposed NWL element. On undeveloped land, the city can support the restoration of native habitats such as oak woodlands and wetlands. On agricultural lands, the city can support the use of regenerative agricultural techniques like applying mulch and compost. In urban areas, the city can support urban greening work by increasing access to urban green spaces like parkland. Since the efforts identified in the NWL element are specifically focused on city-designated NWL, they are therefore limited in scope. And we heard from a lot of stakeholders about this limitation. And so we just want to acknowledge the city supports a variety of other urban greening efforts, not on city-designated NWLs, which is the focus of the element. And these can also help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and provide other community benefits. So we're talking about things like street trees and green stormwater infrastructure projects. Following the structure of other strategies in the Climate Smart Plan, the NWL element identifies 4 indicators, one for each of the proposed NWL strategies that I just mentioned, that help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. These indicators are paired with progress milestones, the metrics through 2050, and options for supportive city actions, just as our other Climate Smart strategies are. The NWL element aligns with state efforts and would be the first NWL GHG greenhouse gas emissions reduction plan in California adopted at the local level. With the achievement of the goals in the NWL element, NWL in San Jose would sequester an additional 5 million metric tons of carbon dioxide in total by 2050. This is approximately 3% of the total greenhouse gas emissions reductions called for in the Climate Smart Plan. And as I mentioned, they also provide a lot of other community benefits, but this just shows our greenhouse gas emissions portion. The proposed NWL element includes the following equity components that were developed in collaboration with local community-based organizations. It includes 5 high-level equity goals shown here that focus on protecting vulnerable populations from climate impacts, encouraging workforce development opportunities, and green space for disadvantaged or underserved communities, and supporting Indigenous communities and farmers of color. It also includes equity considerations based on the equity goals paired with each of the NWL indicators. This is the first time that we've done that with our Climate Smart strategies, and it helps to inform how each indicator could be implemented with equity in mind. City supporting actions that are aligned with the equity goals are also included, and a section focused on racial equity and noted connections to equity throughout the document. The NWL element is the culmination, as I mentioned, of over 3 years of work in collaboration with a project consultant team, overseen by a project management team comprised of 20 staff from various city departments, including ESD, the Department of Transportation, Parks and Rec, Office of Economic Development, and Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement, and the Open Space Authority staff. There was a review and input from a technical advisory committee composed of 30 subject matter experts from external organizations, including academia, state agencies, and county government, and with targeted public input during a series of 6 targeted and general stakeholder feedback sessions. In addition to the project management and technical working group input, public stakeholder engagement included these 6 stakeholder public meetings to gather input on 2 drafts of the NWL element, the specific indicators and associated metrics, milestones, and supporting actions, and how to integrate equity. Targeted stakeholders included agricultural organizations, land managers and landowners, tribal groups, and community-based organizations. Staff's recommendation is to accept the natural and working lands element and direct staff to incorporate it into the Climate Smart San Jose plan. An approval of this recommendation will allow staff to include the NWL strategies and metrics in the plan during the upcoming plan update, as well as formalize the city's support for the NWL measures identified in the proposed element. that concludes our presentation.
Great, thank you. Let's go to public comment.
Linda?
Hope you're not sick of me by now. Third time today to comment, but this is the climate day. Mothers Out Front Silicon Valley is proud to support this plan. We were part of the groups that were pushing for the protection of Coyote Valley, and we're really excited to see this. This is really essential. There's a lot of proponents of false solutions, carbon capture and sequestration, which really perpetuates the fossil fuel industry. And this is actually a nature-based solution. It's very wise, and it's super exciting that we could be the very first city in the state of California to integrate this into our Climate Smart Plan. So thank you for staff for your leadership in this area. To all the advocates, we agree with the letters submitted by Diane McNutt of the League of Women Voters, and as well as Andrea McKenzie of the Santa Clara Valley Open Space Authority, have been leaders in this area. We think it's a great idea. We encourage you to continue to pursue it. There'll probably be more resources needed in the budget. Everything takes money, so please do whatever you can to protect our natural and working lands. They are essential to our climate safety and resilience. So thank you very much.
Mark, followed by Blair.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council members. Mark Landgraf, Santa Clara Valley Open Space Authority. On behalf of the authority, I'm really pleased to share our support for the natural and working lands element and its inclusion into Climate Smart San Jose, and want to express our strong support and appreciation for the hard work of city staff on this element. The authority was eager to co-fund and advise on this effort to help catalyze the local integration of nature-based solutions and ultimately support the type of bold actions called for by the Paris Climate Agreement. As Linda just mentioned, through this guidance that the council is considering, the city has the opportunity to become the first city in California to adopt a natural and working lands greenhouse gas reduction plan into its climate action plan and climate resilience strategies. Following the adoption of Climate Smart San Jose in 2018, the San Jose City Council set an aspirational goal for the city to become carbon neutral by 2030. According to the findings of the natural and working lands element, San Jose's natural and working lands have the potential to make an important contribution to these greenhouse gas reduction goals, as they are directly linked to the health of our climate and our communities. The California Natural Resources Agency Natural and Working Lands Climate Smart Strategy and Pathways to 30 by 30 are two examples of the growing policy, programmatic, and funding support for nature-based solutions to climate change, of which natural and working lands are a cornerstone. Solutions that work with and enhance nature are critical delivering on our climate change goals, protecting public health, securing food and water supplies, and achieving greater equity across California. On a local level, the Havana Midfield Pocket Park, funded by the Open Space Authority's Urban Grant Program, is another example of building social and environmental equity through natural and working lands investment. We look forward to continued partnership and collaboration with the city to implement the strategies and recommendations of the natural and working lands element. Thank you very much.
Blair, followed by Jill.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Again, if my Zoom cuts out, just say the word and I can move on. For myself, for this item, thank you very much for talking about ideas of equity. That was interesting, I felt. There was items, first talking about this item, about creating environmental measurements, understand environmental pollution standards and output and happening in the area. And those kind of practices involve technology. And you're talking about the ideas of equity. I'm going to try to learn how to talk about how equity and the concepts of civil protection that can be a part of the technology process, all of that together is a combination of how to hopefully you can add that to the list of things to how to address the future of these and issue items. To have good accountability for the technology practices that will be a part of these items in the future, it may actually be easier to practice how to make that an open process and to have good public policy in the text for that. I just thought I would offer that mention at the time. And thanks for this Sorry.
Jill, followed by Paul.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to mention that on one of the slides, there was something that was listed that said, open hillside, and along with the other two items that would classify under the, I guess, NWL. But earlier, for about the last 5 years, there were quite a few of us trying to fight a development of a very, very large mansion on top of an open hillside. And he had talked about wanting to, put in a well and add a fence and do all kinds of things. And it was a critical wildlife crossing area. And we're very, very fortunate in that he decided to finally sell, and that is now going to be luckily open space. But I just want to find out if anyone's paying attention to that detail of our open hillside policy in our general plan. I believe is still that you can have, something like one home per every 20 acres. Well, that one home on 20 acres can cause quite a lot of destruction and problems for the wildlife and the habitat. So I wondered whether or not there was, obviously this is what you guys do, so that there's some conflict there. And I was just wondering if we could maybe ask some questions and solve that discrepancy in our general plan and what we're hoping to get out of open hillsides. Thanks.
Paul?
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I get real sick and tired of this city exploiting what has happened to the campesino and the descendants thereof. The descendants of the Chicanos from 1940 to 1960. That block group right there. Because that group is the group that has experienced the generational impact of redlining, racism, institutionalized racism, and then you get here to this point in time, and then, we need to think about the poor. We need to think, what did you call us? What did you, I want to hear you repeat that again. You classified me as a disadvantaged, under-resourced group. No, ma'am. I was racially deprived by policy of this city to ensure that my future, which was in the 1940s and 50s, it was decided at that point that generationally, I wouldn't have any means of security or the ability to live here. I wouldn't call that underprivileged. I would call that theft. It's robbery. It's robbery using the law and then hiding behind the law when you're confronted with it. Quit exploiting what this city is responsible for, which is the generational deprivation of wealth, because I'm going to get it back though. I'm going to tell you how I'm going to get it back. I'm going to get that wealth back by taxing the red line districts in Willow Glen. All those homes, they're going to get taxed. There's going to be a bond that's going to be created. We're going to tax those homes. So I may be disadvantaged for now. Quit using that language because it's false, and quit using the poor and hijacking what has happened to us and how we've been victimized in order to pass your policies. You ain't got my permission to do it.
Back to council.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go to Councilmember Cohen.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the report. Obviously, this is important work. I have a question about the map on slide 4. I just want to understand it better because I see a lot of colors and things, and I want to understand what it means. And I will readily admit this was a long document, and I didn't read it all. So I apologize if I ask a question that's probably answered somewhere in that large booklet. But on slide 4, there's a map. Next slide, I think. Yeah, there's a map on the left that talks about high growth areas, low growth areas. We have one back, sorry. And I just want to understand what that means, especially since I see, the red areas are in developed areas. So I'm trying to understand what high growth means in that context.
Thank you. So this is extracted from the city's general plan. And so recall that
so this is high growth where we're building a lot of things.
So everything in Climate Smart is on top of the general plan. So we assume the general plan plays out, and then we see what else we need to do from a climate perspective.
So the white, so this is supposed to tell us that the areas that are not within the urbanized or growth areas are where we're going to be looking to preserve land?
That, and it's also just sort of providing that touchstone that this element of Climate Smart does not change the general plan. And so, so that's where we tried to articulate with some clarity that the way we're using natural and working lands in this document is exactly the same way we're using it in the city's general plan, because a lot of people, it's like the word sustainability, right? It means a lot of things to a lot of different people. And so we wanted there to be clarity that, that this does not in any way supersede the city's general plan.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. What is the practical, I mean, this is great, and I know we're excited about adopting the first plan. What is the practical result of adopting this plan? And I mean, are there grants, are there things, we talk about restoring oak woodland, for example. What does that lead to us actually being able to do to restore woodlands in other areas?
So we talk about kind of our milestones and tracking them so we can see, are we moving in the direction of our goals at the pace we anticipate? And yes, as with all the Climate Smart actions, we assume that they will help us get external funds, and that the general fund isn't funding all of these actions. And so as we sort of refine and gain approval of our recommendations, that helps us go out to funders and say, hey, can you help us? How can we partner on this? And then because we're, from a construction equivalency, we're close to shovel ready, it shows that we're kind of a good place to put your money, because we are, we do kind of have a path forward with our external stakeholders. But Julie, Yale, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I would agree. There's definitely, we've heard, and we've been working with the Open Space Authority, that there are grant funds that are likely to come to help support some of these efforts. But generally, the city is playing a supporting role in a lot of the efforts that are identified in here. And so it's things like when we do our 4-year general plan update, we make sure that we're looking at some of these, the specific metrics and ways that we can help to facilitate more natural and working lands and or manage them in a better way to sequester more carbon. So a lot of, as I mentioned, just a lot is more just looking at our own policies, looking at how we're making decisions to be able to include this consideration in there.
As we invest in, for example, tree planting efforts that we've been talking about, and I know a lot of our work is, obviously we want to do, try to deal with heat islands in urban areas and plant trees in areas that are under-treed, for lack of a better term. Would we also be sort of saying, let's put some of that effort into some of these working land spaces as well as we try to reforest? Does this guide some of that effort?
Yeah, definitely, because actually one of the indicators is around parkland and giving access to parkland, also greening more of that parkland. And that one was in alignment with the city's general plan goals for how much parkland access there is over time. So, so yeah, and this is one of the areas where it does sort of limit our scope, because obviously the city supports, more tree planting, just generally urban tree planting, but this one is specifically around parkland because it is one of the city designated NWLs.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'm happy to move acceptance of the report.
Second.
Great, thank you both. Councilmember Batra.
When I met you reviewing this thing, I had a question about where do the golf courses fall in this stuff? Do we have the answer, or?
And as I shared, I'm an avid golfer, so yeah, there's a place for golf courses everywhere. So with the adoption of this policy, it would have golf course conversions take into account the value of open space. Although golf courses are not classified as a natural and working land in the general plan, but it would be something that would be part of the conversation, but certainly not binding council to any particular action.
All right. Thank you.
Councilor Candelas.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to commend staff on this. I know this is not a very, this is a very interesting topic for me. In fact, I did my grad school analysis on the GHG reduction, a comparison for continuously appropriated programs by the state legislature. It's a little bit of a mouthful. But what I did want to say is the partnership to which we are engaging with, folks like the Open Space Authority, it's huge and a step in the right direction for our city as we look to, improve not just for our generation, but for future generations. So I just wanted to highlight that and just, give you public kudos as you move us forward in the right direction. Thank you.
Did you want to rebut that? No, we're good. We'll let it stand. Well said, Councilmember. Appreciate that. Okay, I don't see any other hands. Let's vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great. All right, we're on to open forum, which is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on any city business that was not on today's agenda. Tony, do we have any comments?
Blair, followed by Paul.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Hopefully my Zoom will be okay. Not, I'll be glad to move on. I've been riding on a bus from Hilo, from the Big Island of Hawaii on Hilo to the Kona side. So that's like, it goes up 600,000 or 6,000 feet summit. So I've been riding on that road, Highway 200. So my Zoom hasn't been so great. Sorry. Yeah. So as I'm coming into Kona right now, I wanted to comment that it was an interesting meeting today. Thank you. From yesterday's T&E meeting, I wanted to comment that you had an item on the future of vehicle blight, as you called it. And you spent a lot of time on enforcement issues, but you didn't spend, it was noted by David Cohen, he felt, or Councilperson Cohen, that something was missing from the process. And, the concepts of more directly addressing RV drivers themselves, the ideas of, say, the encampment process, it was sorely lacking. And, it's my real feeling that along with, like, for instance, the broadband, future of broadband installment, there's a real way that we can bring all parts of the community together, of local neighborhoods, of all of San Jose, and really work together to ask where actually can the future of encampments be? And where exactly can the future of broadband placement be? And if the city can facilitate bringing everyone together like that, that can, narrow down decisions where exactly can encampment places go and broadband go. Consider it, it's open democracy, it's good practices, which is what I tried to offer today. The concepts of good practice. Sorry where I hurt people's feelings or misinterpreted. Thank you.
Paul, followed by Lisa.
I got your Fallon statue. I took the most powerful, richest man in this city, Mayor Tom McHenry, and I took his trophy. I took his statue. And I'm going to do more than that. I'm putting the city on notice. Not only did I take that statue, but I'm also going to take down the ideologies from this city that put it up there in the first place, which is institutionalized racism. Let me give an example. The city was incorporated in 1850. Peter Burnett gave the speech of the extermination of the Native American in 1851. So that means that Peter Burnett gave that speech in this city while it was incorporated as part of the United States. So that means that within the identity of this city, and as a reminder, San Jose Police Department instituted in 1849. So basically what you had was the San Jose Police Department instituted in order to protect that which Peter Burnett had stated in that speech, January 6th of 1851. So I'm concerned about tearing down the ideologies. Tearing down Fallon's statue, that was easy. And the name of the statue is not even Fallon statue. You know what it was called? When it was commissioned, that statue was called Raising the Flag. And what you guys did is made the issue about Fallon so that we didn't talk about the flag. But that is the only statue in the entire United States that was removed from public property that had as its primary symbol the American flag. And I took it. Why? Because I'm a Mexicano, and that was for vindication for my ancestors. But believe me, you got a lot more to look forward to, because until I'm 6 feet underground, I'm going to make sure that my ancestors are.
Lisa, followed by Jill.
Yes, I would. My name is actually Spencer. I've been on the call all day, but I'm a homeowner at Deer Run 2. And I was curious as the status of the EIH project that's at Monterey and Branham. I know it was halted last week because of over 5,300 neighborhood residents that signed a petition to stop the building of the EIH. I was curious as to if it's going to continue. What's the city's, I was curious as the city's thought process on placing this type of community that has only been in industrial areas right next to a library, let alone a residential area. Also, what are your plans to protect the residents in the same area because of the lack of screening processes for potential heavy drug users, sexual deviants, things of that nature, and also what your plans to help with property value for property owners in the area. And also parking is a major concern for many residents in the area as well, because there's, for 204 residents, I believe is what you guys are putting in, there's not nearly enough parking in that small lot, and our home areas will be overcrowded by other residents that are going to be in that area. So,
Jill.
Hi, thank you. This is Jill Borders. I had kind of a speech prepared, but I'm going to try to speak from my heart because this is something that's been happening since 2015. And 2 minutes is absolutely no amount of time to explain to you and describe sort of the anxiety that it creates. And so what I'm going to do is tell you that I was going to be there with the map so I could show you, but due to transportation issues, I could not be there. So I'd like to, if possible, if any one of you would like to meet with me, I would love to share with you the maps I'm talking about and all the documents involved. And here's the situation. Between now and July 31st of 2023, the MTC will be accepting priority development area applications in which you can apply to modify an existing PDA. And this isn't simple. It's a 2-page document. Since it's just a modification of an existing one, your resolutions are not required. So it actually is quite simple. So I'd like to ask either Councilmember Foley, Councilmember Batra, it could be a city manager, it can be the director of planning. There are several people that have authorization to sign this form to take out the Imperial Mobile Home Estates out of the priority development area in which it was put in during the Envision 2040 plan, in which it was discussed basically that, mobile homes, do we really want them? Not so much. This body has decided that preservation of housing and mobile homes is important. And one of the steps is to acknowledge that ABAG and the MTC accepted our application to tack on Imperial Estates mobile home onto an existing PDA for the purpose of letting people know this was a place that they could have to be priority developed, right? So I'd like some serious conversation with someone who can help me turn this in.
Back to council.
Great, thank you. Have a great evening, everyone. We're adjourned.